Hello and welcome to Roll4It. We're doing Dark Heresy Civil War tonight. This is going to be the last or possibly second to last episode of the entire season. Things are coming to a head for our characters right now, and it is going to be very interesting. They found themselves in the belly of the beast, about to face down probably one of the bigger antagonists that they thought. But before we get onto that exactly, do you want to talk about stuff? Anyone? Patreon?
One second.
One second,
Change
okay.
microphones. 1 second.
Okay, while Splat changes microphone, I will announce that we are going to be switching to Shadowrun for the next season. After this arc ends, we'll be starting a Shadowrun Season 2. I believe
Pug
soon.
Life! Can we get a Shadowrun falsetto, please?
Shadowrun!
Thank you.
That's going to be on the soundboard. So, that's something that's happening, so look forward to that in the near future. But Patreon.
Yeah, so we have a Patreon. We used to take tips and things like that in order to promote the show and keep us alive and feed us lots of ramen noodles. Now, we have a Patreon, which is cool because you still get to help us survive, but we get to give you stuff back for that. And so if you go over to the Patreon right now, I've been in the process of transcribing all the character sheets over. We've got bonus VODs that you get. You also get access to MP3s of the different episodes, which are cut by one of our very, very, very studious, and also I'm thankful for it. One of our viewers actually does that, and then I rip them and I bring them on over. So you get a lot more options, basically. Or if you just wanted to support us, you could just support us and then forego all the fun gifts that we want to give to you. It hurts our feelings a little bit, but okay.
Yeah, gifts are for Christmas. You don't need gifts.
Although if you
And
do
birthdays.
want character sheets at a certain level, after we finish this Dark Heresy arc, there's going to be loads of them dropping. Just loads. There's like so many people I can drop character sheets for. It's going to be amazing.
Have you, like, it's kind of a pain in the ass though, because I gotta convert them. Like, there's no inside Roll20. They really need an export option, an export to PDF
They really
option,
do.
because I gotta do them by hand. I've been working on it all week.
Oh, what
Tough,
I do
man.
is I grab the window, I go pop it to a new window, and then I drag it over 2 monitors, and then I screenshot over 2 monitors, and just export that as a JPEG.
Yeah.
So occasionally they have like taskbars in the center, and it's like, whoopsie. But
Yeah, people wanted PDFs for the for D&D, so I've just been using a fill-inable PDF and just. You guys
Oh,
are low
crap.
enough level to where I can do it really, really fast and just be like with one hand just typing stuff in real quick. But I think I've got.
some extra levels.
I don't know what you're doing the
Yeah,
other
yeah.
end.
I think I've got a Davi and Dax up already on Patreon, but I haven't had a chance to do Nasan or Mormont yet.
Oh, sweet. We're the complicated ones. No. Yeah. Benson's now got a complicated character with spells and stuff, so.
All that fancy
He's
stuff.
got a teleporting sword, which he woefully
that's all that
underutilized
matters.
last session.
I'd be fine
the-
with like Eldritch Knight if it just gave you that, then I'd be good.
There was no teleporting or anything last session. What happened there? Like
There's
the
no
first session, you
teleporting
had
to do.
Like
Yeah,
you're doing a
but
really
you
good.
could've-
the first-
You could have just, as a demonstration, shoved your sword into a table and be like, "Oh look, it's stuck. Oh no!" and then just teleport it back in your hand.
That was his
Um,
entire idea behind that character build, was just so he couldn't get his
Wait.
sword stuck in shit anymore.
Wait till someone tries to disarm me, that'll be cool.
In
Yeah,
terms
drop
of,
your weapon. Okay.
You got me. You got me. I'm
when
defenseless
we-
now.
Or when we have to go somewhere where we're not allowed to take weapons.
Mhm.
That'll be especially fun.
In terms of pardon me. In terms of Shadowrun, season 2 is going to be pretty much separate from season 1. There's going to be very little crossover. You should be fine to watch it. Don't worry about that. Also, a couple of people have been mentioning that yes, I am homebrewing a few of the rules just to make it flow a little bit simpler and swifter, and to balance out some of the imbalance in 5th edition. Yes, I will make that sheet available to everyone when it's done. It's going to be a work in progress. But yeah, that'll be available. I'll probably post it on like the Reddit or somewhere. In terms of always supporting us, you can support us by subscribing on Twitch. Also, you can give us Twitch bits if you want, because they're a thing. And if you do want to tip, because I know some people don't like doing monthly support, fair enough, you can
If
tip us
you-
as well.
If you really want people to give Twitch bits, we got to get one of those beer glasses on screen.
Oh,
That's the
God.
way. And people love the beer glass mini game. You fill it up, and then you drop bombs, explode. And it's like,
Yep.
Every time it
What it should
explodes,
be, though.
all the characters take 15p AP 6
Why you gotta make
damage.
it bad? Why you gotta make it
Every
bad?
time it explodes, the characters get free fate and free edge.
Make it a skull mug. Make it that. That'd be great.
But yeah, anything else we want to announce or anything, or are we good to dive right in?
Tacos are awesome.
Tacos are awesome. If you get like some good chorizo in there. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is English Mexican food? Like, do you guys?
For only this question only applies to people that have been to Mexico.
Yeah,
That's
I was
true.
going to say, what basis of comparisons do you think we have?
That's true. I mean, I was gonna be like, well, you've never been to Arizona, and you've never been to Southern California, you've never been to Texas. God damn it, never mind. There's no frame of reference. This entire line of reasoning and questioning is over with.
It'd be amazing. We'd never know.
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't know the difference. You'd be like, it's a 10, because you would. Oh well. That's the way it goes.
Tonight we're playing Dark Heresy. There are probably not going to be Mexican food featured. I'm sorry to say.
I don't know. Once that gene steal gets hold of one of us, fairly certain you could.
I bet a gene stealer chimichanga would be amazing.
Okay,
With
so
some
that
carne
is
gene steal-
heresy. That is premium A grade heresy right there.
That's called utilitarianism. Like, how are you gonna waste all the gene stealer? Like, you're gonna kill it, but you're not gonna eat it? That's wasteful. I'm about conservation. We use every part of the gene stealer.
Lips, the assholes, the eyelids. The
Yeah,
ears.
those go into gene stealer hot dogs.
That is the gene stealer way. No biomass is ever wasted.
Indeed.
Splat would make an excellent
He's
tyrannid.
practically a gene stealer already.
Yeah. But our acolytes are working for the Inquisition. As part of the Inquisition, they protect the Imperium of Man in the 41st millennium against enemies, both internal enemies who are heretics, and demons and aliens and all that jazz. What's that, Shen?
Apparently,
Demon.
Cassius hasn't made it to the game yet.
No.
Oh no.
Wait.
I mean, he has a
I'll be-
low
We
movement
were
bonus,
walking here along, and for a moment, Cassius's guard dropped. The others were standing ahead, and Enoch just took the opportunity to shunk. Just
You say
to the back
shunk.
of the head.
You don't have a sword or anything. You've got a hammer. It would be more like,
I've got a chainsword.
what?
Okay.
Oh. Wait, I've got a sound effect for that. Where is it?
Everyone's got a chainsaw these days.
Look
You
at
had
these
them
damn
before
kids
they
in
were
here with
cool.
their chain swords.
Potato.
Did you say potato?
Yeah, that's how you make the engine sound. It goes potato.
That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, I never thought of that.
Really?
That's how people make fun of Harley Davidsons too. They'd be like, your vehicle's a potato pusher. It goes potato.
Huh. Anyway, our acolytes work for the Inquisition, protecting the Imperium of Man. Potatoes are very rare to encounter in heretical situations. That's totally fine.
Chaos potatoes.
They went to a planet called Serra Custodes to investigate what was going on down there with some sort of weird brain fluid being harvested from alien parasites put in prisoners. They managed to find out that the marshal of the planet who looked after the prisons was kind of complicit. They killed him. They saved the governor. They killed a whole load of prisoners in one of the prisons, which was basically a disused mine complex, effectively. During that time...
Was there ever any resolution as to why the governor didn't know about Epsilon? Or was he just hiding it?
It was an Inquisition facility, and it was super, super secret.
Yeah, but Trant knew about it.
Yeah, that's why I'm worried. It's probably full of gene stealers.
Hmm?
It's like, while we're off doing this, like, Rivard just walks in and gets murdered, and that's it.
Khan
These things happen.
rises to office, immediately makes some changes.
His
Kills
first
his old
executive
friend,
order.
Start.
Cassius
So if anyone-
dies.
If anyone hasn't seen it yet, there is a Who Will Die First Today poll going on.
What is
And,
that?
oh yeah, it's in chat. It's got almost 100 votes already.
I haven't got chat open.
Last I checked, it was more than 2/3 in favor of Brandon dying.
I mean, you
Yeah,
do have
I
the
even
least-
voted
Brandon's
that
going to win the
hedging their
popular
bets.
vote.
Right.
But we know the popular vote doesn't matter. What matters is what the dice say.
Oh, we got to make it all relevant. I was just going to say people are hedging their bets because they're good at gambling and you have the lowest fate. I mean, they're just like, well, it's
That's
experienced
actually a
gamblers.
good point, yeah.
In the original, the previous polls that were done, Carolinus was always lowest. And look what happened. He died so that I wouldn't die. So technically, in a certain sense, made sense. But then he died, so it's fine.
Yeah, but he chose to die. That's different. See, he chose to die because he bet on himself dying, so he made mad cash. You know that
Yeah.
that's what it was.
Yeah.
That's insider trading right
That's what it
there.
all was. That was the
Yeah,
plan.
Enoch
Yep.
and Karanis
Man.
were talking together, and Enoch was like, "I'll put like 100 if you die first," and Karanis was like, "Cool."
What?
Send me some of that in
Good
the afterlife. Anyway, so they
Why am
managed
why am I such a... Look at this spread. I'm number 2 by such a large spread.
because
like-
you're a heretic.
I'm not a heretic.
Your brain's gonna explode. Are you gonna get shot by
I
a Khan
talk-
or something?
I talked Carolinas into doing something good and puritanical. I said, listen, stop feeding the goddamn fuzzy book. Bad things are gonna happen. It's growing a brander face on the side. It's got
You
a
were
brander's
just
leg halfway
afraid
in
of
its
someone
mouth.
else having magical powers other than you.
Well,
Yeah,
Sometimes
see,
sometimes you gotta
the
watch
truth
your
is
ass,
out.
you know?
I mean, Avak,
You're a
did you,
true
did you,
Puritan. You would have shot
yourself.
Carolinas in the face there and then.
Avak,
And then he
did
would
you
have killed
actually
you. But then you would have done
give
the right thing.
Ben's Brander's blood to the book in the end? I think you did, didn't you?
Who knows now?
Who knows what happened to my leg?
Come on, man, it's the final episode. Reveal.
Who knows?
I will assume that's a yes then. You didn't give anyone else, I know that.
That seems like a yes.
But yeah, so they managed to wipe out a load of prisoners there. They managed to sort out most of the trading ring, although it appears that they were being facilitated somehow by someone off-world. They found out the person giving them embryos or being able to give them equipment or somehow involved was getting some of the embryos and liquid off-world being sent to them by a shuttle. It turned out it was a tech priest, Magos Binus. Binus having cropped up before in a rather interesting situation there. He was facilitating the abduction of gene stealers off of a planet that was being quarantined. Turns out that was Brander's homeworld. After shutting down that ring, they didn't manage to actually kill Binus or anything. He managed to escape. But they managed to find the shuttle that has just set down the planet. They followed it back to Binus's ship, the Omnissiah's Blessed Workings, which turns out is sort of half crashed into the side of an asteroid. After a brief dogfight, they managed to slide into the docking bay with some amazing rolls on piloting there. Blasted everything in the docking bay, prevented the docking bay from venting them into atmosphere, into vacuum. They made their way through sporadic fights with servitors, and while that is happening, Cassius sensed in the warp that the warp drive of the ship was pulsing and building up to take them back into the warp and travel out of system.
Some Event Horizon shit going on right now.
They finally made their way into the forge, the warp forge, where the essence of a demon is located, which also happens to sit directly on top of the warp core because it's always to keep, warp things in one place. It's fair easier.
You gotta keep him warm. Care of a little baby ducky inside of an egg. You gotta keep him warm. You gotta put him in the warmest spot so that he properly incubates. I was gonna say incubate, but cooking works too. I mean, it depends how hungry you are, I guess. For baby
Cooked
duck
up
flesh.
ducklings.
Yeah.
Duck flesh.
Someone in chat has reminded me to say that yes, Skybeast, their personal transport, finished the fight with only 3 HP. So it was tight, but they managed to make it in the end. They also have an interesting thing going on where their Inquisitor has asked them to protect the Forge to make sure that it isn't destroyed, because if it's destroyed, that is the last thing holding a demon from coming back to the mortal plane and being able to wreck face. However, the other Inquisitor, who is a provisionally Inquisitor, who is actually Interrogator by rank, has requested the squad destroy it, and has been goading them into trying to turn on their Inquisitor Inquisitor Ravan. Sadly, no one seems to have obviously sided with Khan as of yet, and Khan seems a little bit left out in the cold. The squad itself...
He had a little shit bit. He punched our vehicle. That's how a man
He
dies
did.
on the freeway right
He
there.
did.
You punch a man's car, it's on. It's
You
down.
broke my chair. I had all the right settings in the pilot seat. You pushed it forwards. Now it's all wrong.
That son of a bitch. The Imperium
I'll
is
never, I'll
lost.
never get it right again now.
It
Yeah,
wasn't the
adjusting
fact
it.
that he
It's
said
like, nope, it's not,
He said-
nope.
He set us up to die like 400 times. No, you adjusted my goddamn chair. That was where it ends. That's where we draw the line.
In terms of what you've been given and what you've got with you to contact Ravan and give him updates on the situation, you do have... Ravan said that if there's a massive need, Cassius can do like a focus power test to call Ravan in. Other than that, you have a little suitcase with you, which can do healing and which can do tech use, and is capable of sending a couple of transmissions. It takes a lot of power to do that. That's only got one use left, so be cautious on that one. But other than that, we'll dive into tonight's show, the continuation from last week.
I'm eager to hear if Binus has some elegant speech waiting for us.
Maybe.
If it's he, there's like he's got like 4 different voices. It's gonna be one of those 4. None of them is elegant.
No. No,
So I think we can rule that one
my
out. right
default voice isn't elegant,
Man.
so...
What
That's
if he's
harsh.
Russian? He should be Russian.
That's harsh. Yeah, you go ahead and GM it yourself, Avak, and then we'll see how tough we are in voices. Come on now.
Well, the problem will be then that all of my characters will be some sort of stiff upper lip Nazi villain from Indiana Jones. It's just the way it's going to be.
That's
We'll have
it. That's
no
it. Very good.
Cockneys,
But
nothing
Binus,
else.
Binus
It'll just
can be
one or the
Welsh.
other.
Binus can be Welsh. There we go. Well, I invited
No,
you
he
into my
can't
trap, you
because
see.
you can't do a Welsh accent. So
Well, I
say-
invited you into my trap, you see, and then my gene stealer's going to kill you. There we go. The least threatening villain ever.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I hope
So
he has like a slow laser beam that'll just slowly come across toward where we're standing in cover.
You better.
You're like, oh, I got you. Don't
No,
move.
you better watch out, Avik. He's allowed to shoot you with a longbow still. That's in law. You just see a longbow slowly creeping into frame.
It's true. It's why I'm resistant to going to York.
no,
For the
I'm
event.
allowed to shoot a Scotsman within the walls of York at a certain time of day, provided you're carrying a bow. So I have to get you to carry a bow, and it has to be a certain time of day, and then I can shoot you.
You give him a
Throw
gift.
Just be like, hey, here,
Show
hold this for me
catch.
for a second. He's got a bow!
So, as the team enters into the large, pretty much cavernous space, this is a very large internal space for a spaceship. Brando, yourself, you would know that a few spaces like this exist, and if they do, they tend to be on sort of capital class ships, and they tend to be the things like large chapels or parts of the engine room, which tend to be full up of machinery. This one seemingly quite open. There are several pillars holding up the large roof, and a bright, rolling yellow and red light is given off by small, what seem to be like lift shafts in the metal plating around, and over the balcony to the far edge, you can see almost a rippling, rolling sort of cloud of plasma of weird yellows, reds, small arcs of electricity, sort of static discharging off it. It doesn't look so much like lava as it does like a very thick cloud. This is built directly on top of the warp core. You can smell sort of the ionized tang in the air from ozone mixed with machine oil. And as you enter, you see down the far end, past a couple of servitors that seem to be mostly utility servitors that seem non-active at the moment, a figure clad in a black robe with white trim, and next to him, a figure hunched over, obviously augmented in some way, inhuman in proportions. Looks like probably just taller than a human when not hunched over, but as it stands at the moment is only a little bit less than shoulder height to Magos Binus, who stands next to him. Magos Binus speaks over the tannoy to you, coming from many locations around you, unable to really get a grasp of his exact vocal pattern because of the mechanical nature of his voice. I was wondering when you would show up. You took your time. What do you want? You are getting in the way of my work.
$50.
Hey, Fitty.
Tree fitty.
I'm sorry, I do not follow.
No, you're probably like, God damn it, Loch Ness monster. I look at the rest of the group. I don't know what do we want?
You are interfering with my work for the betterment of the Imperium. I would advise you, unless you are opposed to the Emperor's will, to leave.
The betterment of the Imperium?
How else am I meant to make the Imperial forces stronger without experimentation?
With
Imperium has
Xenos and demons?
There are many
This
things
is
you can learn
heresy
from the study
of
of
the
our
highest
foes.
order.
Some may call it heresy, I call it progress.
We can't allow it.
Fine. In which case, let's get this over with quickly. Pick any one of you to face down my champion, and we will call that even.
I'm already
I point-
pointing at Brando.
I point at Enoch.
I look a bit confused by this. Like,
We're doing
this
this
guy's-
biblical style, man.
What is this guy joking? One of us versus champion? And I pull out my long knives and I try to take aim at his quote unquote champion.
Sorry, every time I do
caught
this,
off
I
guard
have
by
to...
that. He doesn't know what to say.
No, I
You did
do.
something we didn't expect.
No, I have to change the vocal settings so that I don't just speak in that voice all the time. You do that, and as you do that, the hunched figure shifts very quickly sideways
Shoot it!
and becomes hidden by a pillar.
Whoa!
Binus is still visible, but the hunched figure now disappears.
See, that's
Um,
why
Look
you
at
always
the-
say I take aim and fire. That's why you always go through with it. Those half measures.
Last time I did that, you complained, Mr. Matthew. Complained.
I mean,
That's because we needed that Jacaro. He was going to give us pimped out data slates.
No. You can like legit do that, but the hunched figure was holding his action, so if anyone does an aggressive move towards him, he would have moved.
I'm just gonna sit there and take aim then.
Sure. You can aim at
Cassius-
Binus all you want.
Cassius, disrupt these two. Put them down.
They're super far away. How far away are they right now?
Oh, they're a good. Let me check.
We don't have our map.
Yeah, we don't have a map. I would
About
shut somebody
70
down, but I
meters.
think they're too... 70 meters. I could smite somebody, but that's about all I could do. Although, I could dive into Binus'
I mean, you
brain.
can walk closer if you want. Like, there's a very large open cavernous room, and the only signs seem to be a couple of servitors who are, in fact, make perception rolls. Awareness rolls, sorry.
Just a couple of harmless servitors, I'm sure.
Well, they aren't.
Yeah, just-
They aren't armed. Any servitor itself is going to be pretty strong. If it hits you with its utility implements, that's going to be a lot of damage. But they're not great at fighting unless they're dedicated combat servitors.
Oh wow! Did roll
What?
20 change? What is this?
What has happened?
Good lord.
Yes, the character sheet has updated. So Enoch rolls perception with minus 0.4 degrees success. Oh god.
What?
I think the roll is broken.
Dear sweet
is this?
Jesus. Oh, my character sheet is different. You weren't kidding. It's like everywhere.
Not
Oh,
on the
no.
last day. This isn't fair.
What is? Oh Lord!
Sorry, everyone. Things have changed in the Roll4It character sheet. Give us a moment. Just
Yeah,
a
we have
moment.
They've
technical
moved all
issues.
the numbers around.
Why is it
Everything's
reporting?
ruined.
I'm going to pull
Give
up
me
a...
my targets back.
Oh my god, what the hell is this? This is the best way to go!
Press F for roll 20.
Why would they do this without any form of like, do you want this to update? So you could be like, fuck no, and spam the button no. Why would they
But
just
check
do
your-
this automatically?
Check the settings, maybe.
It looks like it's a. I don't understand.
Oh, this is a bag of bullshit.
40 plus... Right, let's see. Shen rolled awareness with additional degree of success. You've got 40 plus 10. Where's the 10 coming from?
Maybe it's nice and positive is pass and negative is fail, or the other way around, and everything will be okay.
The plus 10 is because I've got 2 check markers in the skills.
We should also have a bonus for our auspex. So technically,
this is-
Enoch should have passed too.
This is so weird.
This is really weird.
Okay, I think I see what's going on here. So, minus degrees of success or degrees of failure. And you all failed except for Branda. Yeah,
Well,
so
no, Enoch
Branda,
would've
you're...
just-
If, if you mouse over, it still shows you
Yeah.
what the die result was, so we
So,
can.
Branda, you needed 31. You got a 17. So, you got 1, 2...
No. Keep in
3.
mind that the Auspex should give us a plus 10 as well, right?
Okay.
Or is that only for one person?
So Enoch
That's
is...
for everyone within range.
And that means Enoch passes.
Enoch passes as well. Enoch, there are some signs of technology being used in terms of mobile units that are stationary around here. You can't really pick up on them very easily, but there are a couple of servitors. There are more servitors than you can just see right now, put it that way. Branda, you've seen void shields before, including portable ground-based ones used to defend against airstrikes. And you catch a brief ripple in front of Binus. And it looks all the world to you like one of those void shields that's more of a heavy-duty installation that's used to protect, frontline troop installations, that sort of thing.
I murmur to the others, damn it, he's shielded. Will that mean that, like, any ranged attacks just sort of won't work, or might it still do something?
You won't know. But those shield generators tend to have either limits so that they get overloaded with too much damage or force put onto a shield, or they have to have an external shield emitter that you can destroy.
Ah.
I just say, damn it, he's shielded.
I'm pressed against a wall. From what I recall of the map last week, they were like protrusions, pillars, that sort of stuff. So I'm pressed behind one, just in full cover. Remember, well, of course he is if he's willing to stand out in broad, plain view like that.
I am not foolish. Let's just finish this fast as possible. My champion versus yours. Then I can get back to my work.
What assurances do we have that you'll stand down once we mash your heretical creation into mush?
My heretical creation is my foremost piece of military hardware. I don't have much choice if you crush it into mush, do I?
Well, so you say, but you've got some kind of force shield on you, and who knows what else is going on in this room with the servitors. So I say again, what assurances can you give us?
You can make a scrutiny fellowship roll at -20. The -20 is just because he's not talking in a human-like way. It's coming over voice synthesized. It's kind of hard to tell inflection.
Whilst Cassius is engaging Binus in this discussion, I murmur into the bead to Garrett. Look for any power sources, any loose pieces of rigging or gantries, anything you can shoot that'll collapse on him, around him, anything that will disrupt his devices in this area.
I reply as quietly as possible. But you keep an eye on that gene stealer. Or
Roger.
also, you
Scan the
keep an eye on
ceiling.
that Xeno. So can I roll some more perception to see if I can find
Sure.
something above Binus?
Make an awareness check. You've got the +10 from the Auspex. Cassius, you find it very hard to really pin down his voice over the tannoy. You can't really tell if he's being truthful or misleading you.
Okay, 5.3 degrees success.
Damn! What did you actually roll? Let's have a look at that.
7.
A 7.
007.
7 target 60. I think.
On the pillars, of which in front of you there are a row and then another row closer. Spaced along them on the internal sides so that they point at the pillar nearby are 3 separate little blobs which seem to be emitting some sort of slight static. You notice that they are currently giving off a small blue glow, and you see the shimmer that Brenda pointed out. But on the pillars nearest you, you spot the same things, but without a glow. At the same time as you notice this, you hear a slight whirring of joints and the occasional clunk of a servitor hiding behind the pillars nearby, you think.
Guys, I don't think he's being forward with us. It's just servitor sneaking around. Anyone spotted anything?
Can I look around some more, knowing that now? I say, it's in a few around. Wouldn't surprise me.
I shout out to Binus, if we are to face your champion, let us look upon him, that we might select our warrior in an educated fashion.
Can I prepare multiple shots with the long lance, or since it's a single shot weapon, I can only shoot once, and then I have to prepare again?
Yeah, you'd have to shoot once. So if you want to hold an action, you can hold an action to shoot it as a single shot.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah. That's what I'm doing.
Okay. What are you holding that shot for? What's your trigger?
Whatever the trigger is going to be when his Xeno comes over to fight our champion. But I'm going to shoot at one of Vinus's shield little things on the pillar. Projectors.
Okay. In which case, Cassius, make me a charm check And you're going to have like plus 30 on this. He's not particularly opposed. Yeah, that's total of 4 degrees success. His voice comes again over the tannoy. Your request is acceptable. And with that, a shambling figure scuttles quickly into view from behind a crate, probably about 50 meters away, past the slight shimmering in the air.
Are we supposed to be on the battle map right now?
Nope.
So he's still
So
behind
weird.
the shield.
Yes.
Right, well, what do we see then?
You see a figure hunched over, covered in a black cloth. You can see gleams of bits of metal below, and occasionally you see the sort of the hint of pale, sort of vaguely blue, pallid flesh. You see 2 little arms hunched in around the lower ribcage area, which seem almost vestigial, and over the top, over the sort of oversized sleeves, are ones with giant talons that sort of clink on the floor as you hear the sound of that sort of keratinous sound of claw on metal.
You didn't have that prepared? You need like a little crab in a metal
Sadly
box?
not. It's very hard to find a sound effect for that.
Crabs on metal. On Google.
Crab
Be a tough
people!
one.
Crab battle!
Crab people.
So he's
Brander.
been augmented.
Brander, find that servitor before he sneaks on us.
What say you?
I moved to like where I could get a good view of like if anything tried to come out around that pillar or wherever the
This is your final chance.
We will face your champion if you call your servitors back to the dais. Or to the cairn or whatever he's standing on.
Make a charm check.
How far are we away from the warp core?
I'm gonna fade it to automatically
You can't
pass.
really see the
with-
warp core, but if you mean the rolling sort of plasma over the side of the balcony,
Yeah, and the forge.
You're probably only about 20 meters away from the edge of that.
And the forge?
This seems to be the forge itself directly on top of the warp core. The warp core is somewhere below that from what you understand. And there's a lot of chains and hoists that lift down into it and have different panels in the floor that seem to be able to drop away to be able to get access. There's the balcony kind of area also has a large sort of gantry that goes out over it so that you can get better access. And that's a little bit further away and extends probably another 15, 20 meters over the edge.
Okay.
Cash has failed the charm check. Did you say you're going to fate it or you want to...
Yeah, I'll fade it for 5 degrees of success.
Okay. Your offer is acceptable. I will pull them back to the close side of the pillars. And with
Keep him
that,
talking, Cassius.
all the servitors, you can see all the utility servitors, and then start
I
clumping
whisper-
back.
Back to Garrett, we're running out of time. He already said last chance. I'll have to agree after this.
Send your champion now.
Did the hidden servitor move?
No.
Would I have noticed that? Or do I have to roll another awareness?
Because
Because I'm the one who originally spotted it.
Yeah, you would know that it hasn't really moved. You know vaguely
All right.
where it is behind the pillars. There are some hidden behind the pillars, and you haven't seen anyone come out from there.
Alright, I'm going to just tell Cassius then. He just
I'm-
lied to us.
And I'm going to
Yes.
add, if anyone steps out there to meet this thing, they might not meet it. They will die.
I can't help but feel as though you're acting in poor faith, Binus. You and I both know that there's still a servitor active on this field. If I can't trust you to do something simple like pull back your minions, how can I trust you to act in good faith during the duel?
Wordlessly, 2 servitors appear from behind the pillars nearby and start clumping back towards the far pillars.
So you propose treachery, Enoch?
I have no immediate plan to offer other than shooting down some sort of supporting structure or whatever technology he might have nearby. But whoever steps out there will not last long. I don't imagine he would put that creature in any real harm's way.
Last chance.
Linus.
I tire of your... Yes?
If you tire of this debate, then perhaps you should act in good faith a bit quicker. Half of this time has been spent arguing dots and tittles when you're still continuing to move pieces that you've said have already been falled back. Give us a moment, a few minutes to select our champion, will you?
You have 10 seconds.
Or perhaps you should fight as yourself instead of using these strange creations in your stead.
Some service of the Empire, making the Xenos do your bidding. Filthy heretic.
And with that, you notice 2 tech priests get up on little plinths behind mounted stubbers. And that's where we're going to start rolling initiative.
Oh.
So I need to move some of the units on this map. And then I'll bring you over to it.
Okay.
Roll20 is lagging a little bit for me today. Probably because it's just a very large map.
It's a little bit upsetting that it just updates character sheets without asking you.
Yeah.
That's like moderate terrifying.
Yeah, it's weird not having the numbers shown anymore.
Yeah, I don't know why they would change the format so extremely like that, so that maybe people didn't have to count degrees of success, I suppose.
It
Just
also
to make
seems
the game
weird
move
that it's
quicker.
additional degrees of success.
Yeah, that
Yes, you gotta
threw
add
me
one to
quite a
all of
lot.
them.
Yeah.
So it would have made more sense if they'd just like shown this and the previous 2 numbers so that you could
But that's
check
the
how it
thing.
worked out.
Without Java, you can't have any kind of conditional statements or anything like that. So the wording is more or less got to stand whatever happens.
And then... And you were not past the first set of pillars, were you? You didn't go past them.
We were
don't
just
know.
up the stairs.
We hadn't
Yeah.
moved at all.
You just stayed where we were.
Well, you need to
We're
move a
going
little
out
bit to get
there,
line
get
of
killed
sight.
by a Gene
but yeah,
stealer.
yeah. Right, so Cassius... Gotta wait for Roll20 to actually... Sometimes it doesn't put characters down on large sheets.
Considering that, like, when we came in, I thought it was just going to go immediately to combat. We didn't do too bad. We got some of the servitors sent back.
Well, I mean, the problem is with the debate with him became like, who are we going to send out to get murdered? Because nobody in our party is capable of 1v1ing a gene stealer.
Yeah.
Like, it's just not going to happen. We aren't like Space Marine Terminators, you know? Like, it's just like, all right.
Someone's raised a point, by the way, in chat that now we have to mouse over the rolls, look for doubles now for Cassius.
Maybe because there's a focus power button now in my character sheet that wasn't there before. Maybe that one. Let me test it. Let me see what happens here.
Oh, it's finally placed a character that I tried to place like a minute ago.
Yeah, if I use the
Ugh.
focus power button, it still rolls normally. Well, you can see the dice anyways, a 49.
This is so weird. Why they have to change it this week? Next week would be fine. Why this week?
Yeah.
The timing. The worst. Should have just been like, my champion is grenades.
I fill the middle of the room with grenades and then I run away.
Apparently, so the character sheet lets me use my psi powers to get bonuses on Cynesians now. Apparently, we've been doing that wrong. Like when I do Psyniscience, it asks what psi rating I want to do it at, which
I
seems
think that's
weird.
because
'Cause I don't think that's how it works.
No, I don't think that's how it works. I think it's because casting it as a psychic power. It shouldn't be. It's a skill check. I'll move you over. Bear in mind that the room has just added like a million different characters.
We're not even on the map yet. Oh, there we go.
I see lava.
Lava.
I see loads of stuff and lava things.
Leviosa.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
So are these crosses the pillars that you're talking about?
Those are the pillars.
Okay. And is it just the bottom of it that's a cross shape, and does it at the top? Is it just the 4 squares in the middle, or is the entire
it
thing a
goes
giant
up
cross?
large buttressed pillar up the sides.
Oh, buttressed. Interesting.
Yeah, can we just assume that we would dive for cover when we see a bunch of guys with machine guns coming out, like walking out?
No, because they
No.
come out, and that's what triggers combat to start. So you can do that in your turn.
I literally said that I was taking cover behind.
Oh
the
yeah,
pillar
you did.
in
So
the
yeah, you
on-screen
can
stuff,
have
so.
done that already. Yeah.
So if that's the case, then wouldn't they have to move to the guns on their turn, since they're coming from like across the entire? Like, why would we stand there and just watch them do that?
No, literally, they took a half action, which is to get from prone, because they were behind the guns already, just down below a parapet, so you couldn't see them.
By the way, again, I literally said I took full cover. I wasn't even trying to be able to see them. I literally found the most obscure place from anything else, and
Okay, so like far in the back of that bit there.
yeah, which is why I put him in the corner.
Sorry,
there.
yeah.
Enoch, not newbie.
We're
Actually,
like,
you are the
what?
only
10
newbie.
seconds?
I am.
You're like, run away.
Is one of the tech priests supposed to be on that gun there, or is he not moved there yet? The bottom one.
I moved him. It looks like Roll20 maybe pulled him back.
You said that there were 2, didn't you, tech priests? Or maybe you didn't.
Sorry, I meant 3.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, what
there's
have you
only
done?
2 enemies. Sorry, I meant 65. Yeah, it's 65 enemies. You're good.
You've killed his Shen. Now there's too many.
Okay, so if you'll please roll me some initiatives.
Oh boy. Here I go killing it again.
Oh, I haven't saw the initiative tracker already. Let me quickly clear that.
Oh god, 7.
So yeah, add yourself to the initiative tracker.
But I already rolled.
Yeah, you can just add that to the initiative tracker. It's fine. And I need to get like a million different initiative buttons out.
How do you add it to the tracker?
Roll again, then just edit the track if you want.
Okay. But even worse this time, 6.
Where did he come from, by the way?
The stairs on the bottom left.
Upstairs. Okay.
Yeah, Roll20 is acting incredibly slow for me at the moment. I'm trying to pull up character sheets, and they are taking their time.
So are these things with the warning stripes around them, are they the elevator things?
Yeah, those are little pits that can sink back into the ground.
They look like they might, for example, go down to where the warp core is.
Mm-hmm. That would seem a appropriate conclusion. Okay, so initiative selected.
Please tell me that's the initiative for all the tech priests.
Yes.
Yes. We will be safe from being shot.
You think so, but we're not going to kill them in one turn, are we?
Well, you're going to be.
We're
able to
safe
see
from being
cover
shot
in that,
badly. Oh, and the Gene Stealer gets a natural 10 on his roll.
so. It
We'll be
adds twice
fine.
on the first turn. You are surprised.
In one turn, it arrives in front of you.
Okay. And so with that, combat is entered. The Gene Stealer immediately moves for cover.
Does he have a name? Like, is his name Fred or George?
I mean, maybe.
Bill?
You can name him if you want.
Well,
You
I wanna
can't
name
see where
him
he's gone,
Wally.
so I'm going to leave him behind that pillar for now. Garrett, you're up.
ah, shit. I'm going to head to this pillar here. And I'm going to just move and take aim again at... I'm
Is
not
that
going to aim at
move
the...
a full move, though?
Oh, let me check.
I think it is distance.
Let me check. Is that 7 meters, it says? Is that wrong?
Yeah.
That's like nothing. All right, so I'm going to just move there, and I'm going to take aim at...
How much is your move?
A half move if you're like agility 4 is 4 meters.
Yeah, so that must be a...
Oh, yeah. It's a full move. You're right. It's a
Yeah, full move.
My bad.
Okay.
I keep thinking that we have so much movement, but that's in D&D.
Yeah. So, combat servitors. Right. They're going to hold their actions. They're going to hold their actions. Yeah, all the combat servitors are holding their actions. Cassius, you're up.
I'm just gonna run for back there with Garrett, and that's it.
Hi, buddy.
Hey, want to snuggle?
Oh yeah. Let's leave all this war behind. Let's go run off and just
Stroke each other's beards over and over and over
yeah.
again.
Yes.
Okay, utility servitors.
Elope. That's the word I was trying for. Thank you, chat. Let's elope.
Start legging it vaguely in your direction.
How does a servitor leg it?
With a very sort of bounding, half weird sort of skip because they're powerful legs.
Would you say lollop? Would you
Yeah.
say the servitor came lolloping over the mountain?
It lollops in a very odd manner of something that is inhuman, incapable of really feeling joy, but it looks almost like a happy sort of skipping lollop. That brings to Brander.
Okay, I will check the distance. Yeah, I can move that, and I can, on my second half of the move, do move and shoot and fire with my pistols if I want.
Do it.
And as I move, I guess I can see the tech priest in the middle.
70 meters though.
Ooh, no, that big crate there. These crates are like shipping crates. They're very high.
Oh.
Well,
But you could
said
do
that
it upon the first part of your move, and you can shoot from the first part of your move. Yes.
Yeah, I could do that. Okay, so does that count as like long range or extreme range or something for the pistols? The pistols.
Don't you have a
range
perk
is-
that gets rid of range?
Well, I have. So yeah, I think it means that whatever happens, I won't have any negatives.
You don't have
from
any
that.
negatives from range.
That's amazing.
All right, now to work out how many shots to fire because I could do semi-automatic.
What kind of cover
and
is
I
it?
could-
It is cover for his legs. Technically, it would cover part of his torso, so I'd say that a lower roll on the torso roll towards legs would also be covered. But other than that, it's just sort of a parapet that gets about your waist, and then there's a heavy stubber mounted on that.
So 50-50? If it's below 50, you hit?
Pretty much, yeah. It doesn't look like it's particularly thick, though. It does look more like a sheet metal type thing. It's not full-on reinforced concrete or something.
All right, I'm gonna do semi-automatic with the. Well, I'm good. Oh yeah, quick draw. I should probably do that thing. So yeah, I quick draw for free action my bolt pistol and my plasma pistol, and I do semi-automatic shots with both.
Okay.
So the bolt pistol.
Do it.
Oh, they've changed the rolls now, except they don't account for semi-auto shots or anything. So that's That's bad, because you can now only apply a +10 or a +20 to your roll and nothing else, it sounds like. I'm imagining this is 0 anyway, because it's semi-automatic, and I don't think there's any other things being applied.
You gotta make it like Wanted, man. You gotta like flick the bullet out of the gun and make it do like a sideways spin thing.
You gotta pretend you're bowling. You need that curve.
But spin on the bullet. So is it just 0 then?
Yeah, I don't think there's any modifiers that are coming into play here now.
Right. Oh, and then it asks about the range afterwards.
Oh, you don't have
So
2-weapon
I
mastery,
will-
do you?
Did I get that? I think I didn't. No, I don't think I
You're
got
at
that in
minus
the
10
end.
for both shots then, because of 2-weapon mastery.
I suppose. Oh god, it's got like 3 different steps to this now. When you... Okay, there we go. There's like 4 different windows you go through before you can fire a shot. So that was the bolt pistol.
So 2 degree success, so that's 1 hit.
But
With a roll of
90
a 29
92 though.
92, that is leg.
That's leg, yeah.
So feel free to roll damage.
11 explosive damage, pen 4.
Okay. That will actually injure him. You see the tech priest shudder a little bit as the bolt round manages to press through the metal below the stubber and explode inwards, seeming to catch his leg. Doesn't like it did much damage though.
Right, now the plasma pistol, and it has maximal as an option. I couldn't find what
You
the...
can choose to fire it on maximal setting if you want. The risk is it becomes less reliable, more likely to hurt you. It becomes recharge, and it does an extra dice of damage, I believe. I'd have to go look it up if you want to specifically do it, but that's vaguely what it does.
What's the recharge thing?
You can't use it for another turn. So you can only use it alternate turns if you fire it on maximal.
I'll just do a normal shot with it then.
Boo.
Okay, so...
This is semi-auto?
Yeah.
Yeah. So minus 10 because of mastery, but other than that, you're good.
There we go. I'm going to pick the options on every single thing.
Nice hit.
So that is a... Yeah, 2 degree success, so that's just 1.
But
Damn
that's torso.
That's high
And
torso
that
as
is
well. So yeah,
not in cover.
please roll damage.
Damage is... Oh, it rolled 2 dice there, but it's having the same thing both times. It's 9 energy damage, pen 6.
Oh, it didn't roll it for
Nice.
me. So 9 energy damage, pen 6. Because of the way that heavy stubber is covering his torso at the front, the plasma round hits the heavy stubber, melts a chunk of the back of it as the plasma just hits the metal and turns it into slag. The back of it just collapsing around the chamber, and the ammo just kind of falls out the side. A couple of rounds cooking off. A little bit of the plasma does go through, but it looks like it is absorbed by the tech priest's chest. His robes singe a little bit, but the heavy stubber that he was using is completely destroyed. There's no way he can use that now.
As I arrive in my cover, I go, well, I guess that counts. 1 down.
Enoch.
As Brander arrives and reports his success, I give him a solid nod, clap on the shoulder, well done, and I am setting into motion. As I'm moving, I am talking into the microbead. Garrett, look for ammo boxes near the stubbers. They're going to chew through ammo. They'll have a resupply nearby. Try to hit that, set it alight, make it explode, whatever you can do. And I am going to move... Sorry, the character sheet's changed around on me a little bit. Right, my full move is... Okay. I'm going to move around all the way to here with a full move.
Okay.
And crouch behind this crate.
Yeah, there's a large shipping crate, so you're totally fine there. Yeah. That brings us to Megospinus. who is going to stand behind his console, his metallic fingers clacking across keys, sort of big tube coming out the back of his head and connecting to something with a sort of mind interface unit that you can't really get a bead on what he's doing exactly. You're all getting in the way of my work. You people can't see that the Empire needs to be protected, that it needs to advance in order to be able to protect itself from foes. You're all blinded. And he's gonna not do anything else that you can see. With that, it's the Tech Priest's turn. This one here, who you've injured and then destroyed his heavy stubber, is going to leg it. How much movement do you have? Plenty, you can run. So you run to there. He's got his arm, head, and a little bit of his torso out of cover, aiming in your direction with a weapon. That brings us to Binus's experiment, who you cannot see. Doesn't do anything you can see. Garrett, you're up.
Is using perception a whole turn, or is it a half turn?
It depends what you want to do. Like, what are you looking for?
The Gene Stealer. The experiment.
You can spend a half action doing that, if you want to look around
Done.
quickly.
Yes.
I would say the threshold would be slightly higher, but other than that, you're fine.
What do you mean threshold higher? Make it
In
harder
terms of,
to...
it'd be a little bit harder to do.
So -10?
I'd say like a -20, but...
Okay, but with the Auspex, is it
Just
still...
plus 10, yeah. And you can reroll fails, because Auspex.
Well, that is a big fail. Let me try again.
Okay, Auspex allows you to reroll. And you get...
Another big fail. I don't see shit.
83 and a 96 on a 60.
It's very hard getting a lock on in here. The warp eddies and stuff around are kind of messing with the equipment. It doesn't seem to return
I didn't
anything.
get it. Come on, I got a plate metal suit on. I didn't get it. It's fine. Is that my whole turn then? Because I re-rolled, or is that still a half
No,
turn?
that's just a half. That's just a half.
Okay, then the next half of the turn is going to be taking aim at one of the emitters.
Okay. So which one? The one over here that are glowing on the far pillars? Or the ones on the
Yes.
pillars near you? Okay, so
The
down
glowing
there.
ones.
Sure. You take aim. Which one do you want to take aim at? You can just indicate on the map for me.
You see that?
Yes, I did. Okay. Sure. You take aim at that one. That'll give you a plus 10 to your next attack. Bear in mind, these emitters are small, so there will be a minus 20 on attacks against them. They can't dodge
Glad
them.
I'm aiming.
So that brings us to combat servitors. And also, Garrett, now you're aiming out of cover. Several held actions trigger. This, I'm going to indicate on the map here, which was a lower platform that was out of sight, goes up. And becomes level. And on it is a combat servitor with a stubber mounted into one arm, basically taking up everything from the shoulder down. And the other hand is turned into a beastly kind of chain axe. The lower limb is just entirely a serrated blade. It takes aim and starts firing at Garrett, as Garrett is now in line of sight.
Rude.
So rude.
Oh, also on my turn, I wanted to relay... forgot about this. I wanted to relay Enoch's message to Cassius that he might be able to take out a turret with the ammo box, if he can find it.
Okay. I nod.
I'm going to tell him specifically I'm trying to target the shielding emitters.
Once again, I don't really I look as though I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Like, I'm not a technological guy, but I nod nervously as gunfire starts to erupt.
You're not a technological guy?
Nope.
Heavy stubber rounds spray off the cover around Garrett, seemingly to no effect. No one else, I think, can get a bead on Garrett.
They shoot wildly. They shoot each other. They panic. They run away. They kill their masters.
Hooray!
Actually, over here, this lift, I'm going to indicate on the map, goes up And the heavy servitor paces forwards and then can just see Garrett and unleashes a torrent of fire.
Fuck. I'm at this point. I'm scooching Cassius closer to the center of this cross pillar. Like, make more room for me in the cover, you bastard.
Oh yeah, you've got plenty. There's like 8 feet right here. 2 people could fit in 8 feet, easy.
Massive, wildly firing. In fact, yeah, that's not a jam or anything. But rounds ping off all around you. You're fine. You're kind of huddled in cover as a lot of rounds shoot past, but nothing particularly dangerous happens that directly threatens you immediately, other than the fact that there's a lot of lead in your vicinity. None of the tech priests can get a bead on you, so that is the end of their turn. Cassius, you're up.
Okay. I'm just gonna use a full move. I mumble, Garrett, I'm gonna flank them on the opposite side, and then I move around to this corner, and that's it for me.
Okay. That brings to utility servitors. None of them are acting. Branda.
All right. Am I right in thinking that, like, well, how do these pillars work? Is the whole footprint with the extra bits on either side, like, all the way up, or were they like
the pillars?
feet on
The pillars
pillar?
are all the way up. Flared buttresses sticking out to the side and wavering a little bit above, but they are all the way up.
Does that means, right, that the 2 heavy stubbers that are left can't actually shoot anyone if they stay, like, in this sort of area? How do I ping? I've forgotten.
You select the arrow,
Click and hold.
and then you hold.
Yeah.
You know, this sort of area here, they couldn't shoot into that square?
What, the other one down the bottom?
Yeah, the ones at the bottom at the top, because they can't, like, aim through this gap, because it's...
Yeah, they can't aim through pillars, so you'll be covered a little bit there. The one in the middle will be able to hit you, but... Yeah.
Alright, I don't know if I'll actually move now that I think about it. Can I see the utility servitors that are approaching, like the one...
No, they're
further
hidden
up?
behind cover. Yeah, you can see that one further up.
I guess I can see the combat servitor, though, so I think I'll fire at him.
Yeah. Okay, so you lean around cover and fire at the combat servitor, who's now fully in view, cover, no bonuses, whatever. So you're going a flat shot, semi-auto, no bonus, no penalties for range.
Yep.
Are you going to aim?
Yeah, I'll aim first.
Okay, so it's a +10.
Kill him! Kill him!
Alright, so the bolt pistol... Half aim. Standard range. Semi-auto. Go. Actually, I forgot the -10 because it's because I'm firing 2 weapons, so...
We still miss
No,
anyway, so the bolt rounds go wide.
Alright,
It's a 7.
plasma...
It's going to be harder for recording for the audio. That's a 74. But man, this new interface makes it tough to see the dice rolls.
Yeah. I mean, in all fairness, the exact number doesn't matter. What matters mostly is the degree of success and failure and making sure that we've got that down.
True.
And the plasma is a very big fail.
Oh, importantly, what is the fail? It's not overheating, no. You're fine.
It's alright.
We have, by the way, if anyone's asking, we've homebrewed plasma so that they don't just overheat if they miss, because that is stupid and makes them pointless. So yeah, it doesn't quite overheat, but not looking great with the sort of a few diodes on it, sort of spark, and the little bit of the sort of red line on the side gives you a warning that it's getting pretty hot. Enoch.
Okay. Go.
I am going to... Let me just check a few things. I'm going to make a run over here. It's going to have to be a run because...
That's fine. That gives you
11
-20 to being shot at.
Yeah. And I'm taking full cover again. I'm literally just... I'm not peeking out. I flatten myself against the wall because I'm running expecting to be shot at as I'm going.
Yeah, as it happens, the held action for the tech priest with the heavy stubber does trigger, but it's a -20 to be shot at because you're running. Right, to hit.
This is the mounted stubber, right?
Yes. It's a full auto, a modifier minus 20. Yeah, ignore what it says about the lasgun, by the way. That is a miss. Bullets ting, 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 off the metal around you as you sort of quickly leg it.
Come to a skidding halt just against the pillar and just like flatten myself against it. Just looking to the side, there's like chunks of whatever. Is this like sort of a concrete sort of stuff? What was it they made these out of? Or is it metal?
It's mostly metal in here.
Yeah, I imagine it's denting then rather than crumbling.
Yeah,
as the
like small
bullets
chips are
impacting
coming off from the fact that it's kind of a more brittle metal, and sort of little pock marks are appearing, but you're doing pretty well to be running through that hail. That brings us to Binus, who is going to hold his action. Heretic Tech Priests going to hold their actions. Binus Experiment holding. Garrett, you're up.
Okay, time to shoot. How small is this thing? This emitter?
So it's a minus 20. You can aim again if you want to get another plus 10, so you get plus 20 total.
Definitely doing that, yeah.
Okay. So that brings you up to plus 20 or minus 20, so they even out. It's within normal range, I believe. In fact, it might be half range, which means it'll be close.
Range is 150. Oh yeah, it's definitely half range.
Okay, then you are at a total of plus 10.
But the long last is accurate plus 10, so it also gets another plus 10.
There you go. So plus 20 on that roll.
Oh wow, this rolling interface for attacking is just crazy.
Yeah,
there's just a million windows to go through.
I mean, it
had
helps,
we known this was going to happen.
Yeah, it helps first-time players to like be like, oh, I need to aim and this, that, and the other. But we've kind of got that pat down, so it takes a bit longer.
It's a big problem though, because I don't know what modifiers it's going to put in now. Let me try this again.
At the very end, you can still just add whatever modifier you want.
And
Yeah,
you're a
but it
single
doesn't
shot
show you,
actually,
like,
so you're
what's-
plus 10 again. So you've got a total plus 30.
But if you just like as you go through the windows, just put in what the shot is, and then
Yeah.
I think you don't have any weird modifiers to your rolls.
You've got a plus 30 in total. So go through and select all the middle options for 0, and then at the end when it says any other modifier, you add plus 30.
Okay, that's a lot better. Yeah. Gosh, I do not like this. It could just take some time to get used to, but I don't like that it just puts numbers in for you.
It's one of those things where had we known it was going to happen, we probably would have just transcribed our character sheets over to a different one.
I mean, I would have just set up a macro and just said use this macro.
And it's a miss.
And that is unfortunately a miss. The shot impacts near the emitter, and what you see is a sudden shimmer in the air as the air goes from slight ripple to a sort of opaque black around the impact with lightning sort of crackling across the edge of it. And the energy just dissipates in midair.
Damn.
Combat Servitors. That one can see Branda, and it will be aiming and firing.
Which one's that one?
The one in the center.
Right, got it. Yep. I do wish sometimes that there was slightly better like erasure tools for the pen. So instead of like pings, which sometimes go away, you could just circle it
Yeah, and
for
then
a
erase
few
it
moments
afterwards.
and then just erase it without having to erase everything.
Yeah.
That would have been so much better, you know?
Suggest
Small
it.
things. Yeah, I think I will actually.
I noticed that I forgot again to add my mighty shot bonus to all damage rolls on ranged weapons. So I'm just like, I'm gonna forget it again, so I've just put it into the damage
Oh
calculation.
yeah, no, that's what I do. Yeah, more shots ping off around Branda, seemingly to no effect. That brings us to Cassius.
Okay. I'm actually going to step up to the corner carefully right here and peek.
Does that trigger a held action?
Yes, that does trigger a held action. So as you peek around, kind of exposing your head and I guess a tiny bit of your shoulder,
Why
but
did
not
you do
much
this
else.
to Cassius? Garrett, you traitorous dog.
I want
Why?
to see blood.
You should just be like, as a free action, I stick my hand out and then pull it in again.
Well, you know what? I actually admire your honesty there. It's like, yeah, I want him to get shot. I just want to see a head explode. I don't care.
Yeah, technically, I wouldn't stick my shoulder out. I'd be back against the wall, and I just go.
Yeah,
Like,
why
that's
don't
pretty
why don't
much-
we have why don't we have like movie technology here where we have a knife, we have some gum that we can chew, and we have like a little mirror. We just put the mirror
but
onto the
that'd be
gum,
like-
onto the
that'd be
knife,
like
and then we
3
hold the
full
mirror out.
actions.
Yeah, that'll be 3 requisition rolls. You know you'll never get them.
Can't get a mirror in
However,
the grim darkness of the 41st millennium.
that would
no
normally
gum.
be a jam, except for the fact that heavy stubber is reliable. So what you hear is a duk, 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 and the rounds ping off around you, and you hear the sound of some sort of staccato white noise, which is effectively a tech priest swearing.
Oh wow, he rolled a 99.
Yep. Cassius.
I'm going to psi rating. Let's see. I'm going to cast it psi rating 5, but then I'm going to tune it back to 3 so that I get a plus 30 on this. And I'm going to spontaneously combust the one behind the stubber.
Okay. There is the spell doesn't have a.
Oh, no.
It's not a versus test or
Oh,
anything,
no.
is there?
What's that?
There's no. It's not a versus test or anything, is there?
No.
Okay,
I mean,
in
he
which
can
case-
try and dodge it if he wants.
Yeah, he does get a dodge. It is psi phenomena, so we'll come to that in a second. So that's degrees of success. He's not going to try and dodge because I would say that a dodge would make you let go of the stubber, so he's going to take the
Yeah.
hit.
Okay.
So
let me get my. This is one of those ones that I don't have programmed into my sheet yet.
The reason
Probably
I'm panicking
should have.
is because I'm the only character on the map close enough to Cassius to suffer penalties from what's about to happen.
Yep, you're about to grow more wings, man. More corruption for you.
Cassius, for any successful psi test, you get 1 additional degree of success because of the psychic and emanations around here. The fact that the warp is channeling through you more powerfully. So
Okay.
you get an extra 1 degree of success, which brings you to 2 hits, I believe, if it matters. I don't know if hits matter for
Hits don't matter.
hits. Don't matter. Okay, but also you have to roll on psychic phenomena, and there will be a plus 10 because you're not using
Every
sorcery for
time I
this.
cast?
Every time you cast, because of the air around here.
Oh.
There's a
That kind
demon
of
like
takes me out
right
of
there.
combat.
I should be fine.
But did you mean plus 10 as in like it's harder to do the roll or it's easier to do the roll but there's more heresy stuff?
10 on psychic phenomena.
Nice damage.
18, Righteous Fury.
Oh, damn! In which case, that auto kills the Mook, I believe. You hit him full in the chest, and flames just emanate out of his chest, bursting over him. And the Tech Priest keeps firing for a little while, not really taking the full force of it initially because of the fact that he is mostly made of metal, until bits of him start to collapse. One of his shoulder joints just breaks inwards as something not made of metal that was intrinsic to the support structure there collapses under its own molten weight, and then he collapses behind the heavy stubber and is very dead.
Any chance that that amount of damage to him would also light some ammunition on fire over there? Maybe start off a little explosion.
No, not really. Ammunition is very hard to explode with just an adjacent flame. You have to really set it on fire. There's not much flammable material around here.
Maybe,
obvious
maybe he
reasons.
fell into the pile of bullets, though. You know, into the ammo box.
So first psychic phenomena is 55
Oh yeah, he.
plus 10.
1 sec. He did fall into the ammunition box, which immediately starts to cook off. Rounds going ping, 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 ting. Everyone's out of the range for it, but it looks impressive. So Cassius, what did you get for psychic phenomena?
65. I'm going to use my talent to roll again.
Okay. 22. So plus 10.
I'm going to
32.
take the...
I think the plus 10 was already applied.
Oh yeah, it was. So
Yeah, the
22.
plus 10's
Sorry.
already applied. Food and drink go bad in a 50 meter radius. Meter radius.
Okay, so anyone
Aw.
who's got food or drink on you, It goes off. Totally unimportant for this fight, but, you know, if you've got any sandwiches you plan for later after the fight, sorry.
The other one would have sucked. The other one was I got fear 2, and then I also take 1d5 impact damage as I'm slammed into the ground.
Yeah, especially against servitors that don't really feel fear. That's not great.
Yeah, it would have been a problem.
Maybe Binus's entire food supply was like just below where Cassius was standing.
Aha,
And I was gonna starve to death.
logistical.
Even if he kills us, we win.
I'm playing the long game. Logistical
My sweet
sabotage.
potatoes, no.
Okay, utility servitors are still holding their actions. Branda, you're up.
Alright, that combat servitor is still there, so I'm going to fire at him again.
Go for it.
Aim and fire, semi-auto, both guns.
Die when I kill you.
So you said I always get psychic phenomena in here?
No. You just get a +10 whenever you get psychic phenomena.
Oh, I thought you said I always get psychic
No,
phenomena.
no.
I misheard that.
That would be amazing.
Let me just check. The roll is if you get doubles or if you get something else. And I need to check what the number is. Then you get psychic phenomena.
Right, the bolt pistol was
Dope.
absolutely terrible.
Oh, God.
I've
That
got a
is not a jam, though, but the bolt
86.
pistol misses him, blowing chunks out of the deck.
Oh, they got so much ammo in this thing.
Stop
Means
missing.
we do
I shout
damage with
over.
it.
Stop missing, Brander.
So,
Of course, I
Sure,
missed
it's a long
too,
way
but I
away.
don't tell him that.
Alright, the plasma pistol. Half aim, standard range, semi-auto. -10 for 2 weapons. That's bad. 79.
Okay,
I'm not
again,
good.
plasma shoots
Guns
past him.
anymore, apparently.
Goes all the way down the extent of this large room and then impacts against the far shield.
He goes, damn it, what's wrong with these things?
That brings us to Enoch.
Okay, I have a quick question.
Sure.
Do you see this crate here? I'm just pinging it on the map. Just towards the middle.
That is a large
That
shipping
one there.
container. That's head height. Yeah.
Okay. But I noticed there's a gap there. Is that gap like because I'm not sure what constitutes an area something can move through?
You could move through that. It would be difficult terrain, so it would like count as half. Double movement rate for that because you've got to slip through it. But yeah,
Right,
you can
okay.
move through that if you want.
But you could move through it.
Yeah.
Just as part of a normal move. So for that 1 meter, it would count as 2 meters off your movement.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's assuming you didn't finish off that bag of Cheetos. Then you may not be able to fit through anymore.
Yeah. Okay. Well, could you tell me this console-looking thing? What kind of cover is that?
Not great. Consoles aren't designed to stop bullets, but it would give you probably a chunk of cover to your legs and your torso.
Okay.
It's not very thick.
All right. Well, in that case, then I'm simply going to run once again.
Okay.
8 meters over to there, then 8 meters to there, which is 16, and my run is 24.
Okay, which triggers some held actions. So the Heretic Tech Priest is going to shoot you with the stubber. Again, -20 because you're running. So rolling to hit. This time, he has taken a half aim at your position, knowing you were there. He is at short range.
You
It's
often
full
say
auto.
that we can't half aim if you can't see the thing, though. You actually, in previous times, you've said you can't aim at something if you can't see it. You can aim at a wall, but all you're doing is aiming at a wall, not the person who's going to leap out. That's what you've
That's
said
fair enough. That's fair
previously.
enough. Hit. Let me try it again then. No aim. Short range. Full auto. Modifier none. And the roll is coming through.
Eventually.
Or not, possibly. Come on, roll 20.
I didn't see a roll.
There we go. Yeah,
That's
that is a
terrible
massive hit.
roll.
Continuing to just dig chunks out of the deck plating nearby. Combat Servitor also shoots at you. Short range, full auto, cancelling each other out. Modifier -20. I forgot that. Because you're run. This brings us to, again, more misses as more bolts fly past you. These bullets just pinging off everywhere. You're kind of doing some Neo sort of running now. But yeah.
I'm just running very fast. There's no fancy stuff here. It's just I realize if I run slowly, I'm going to be full of very, very large bits of lead and not as much meat as I was before the lead displaced it.
Oh, come on, we know exactly what you're doing, okay? As you're running across, these bullets, they kind of miss you, but you can see your shield bar going down. So once you get to cover, then your shield slowly recharges. I mean, this is Mass Effect.
It's Mass Effect. It is literally Mass Effect, yeah.
Yep. It doesn't help that
exactly
the servitors, as they start tracking you, they're a little bit slow off the mark because, machine brain, and you're like lightning out of there, not being able to catch up. Magnus Binus is going to hold his action again. Heretic Tech Priests holding their actions. Oh, yes, they are holding their actions. Okay. Binus Experiment holding action. Garrett, you're up.
I'm gonna half aim and shoot again. Half aim and shoot. I gotta hit this damn thing, okay? I can't.
So
I can't
that
be
is
things. My job is to hit things.
plus 10. So, all right, single shot, so that's a plus 10. Half aim will give you a plus 10 at the end. Accurate will give you another plus 10. Minus 20 foot being a difficult shot because it's a small object. So you're getting the short range and the single shot bonus, and then everything else works out to 0 for the modifier at the end.
Right. So 20 instead of last shot was 30.
So you're getting a total bonus of 20, yes.
And we finally hit something. 2.5 degrees success. Oh,
Okay, that means you've got 3 degrees of success, which means you get an extra degree of success on the damage because of your amazing accurate bonus. Feel free to roll damage. Yeah, anytime a 6, by the way, is rolled on perils in here. Anytime a 6 is rolled on a warp focus power test, it also triggers Psychic Phenomena, but without the plus 10.
Okay, so 12 damage, pen 1.
Was that with 2 dice?
Is it supposed to be 2 dice?
Yeah, accurate. If you get 3 degrees of success, you get an extra dice. If you get 5 degrees of success, you get 2 extra dice. Roll an extra d10.
Oh, that's awesome. So 12 and 9, pen 1.
And with that, you hit this Mimida. This Mimida's only about yay big, so the size of a football. And lightning plays across the entire field. I need to roll some dice.
Uh-oh. The field was actually protecting the power core, and you shut down the power core. The demon has been released. You're all fucked.
Yeah, the void shield there fails. The glow stops, lightning stops arcing, and you can now very clearly see Magnus Binus down the way.
The whole shield's down? Holy shit.
Only in the center section. The top load of pillars still have one, the bottom load of pillars still have one, the middle set of pillars, the shields are now out.
Wow. Cool.
Did you scribble on the pillars to show us which shield sections are down?
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot. There we go, that one's destroyed, which means that the adjoining one, that section there is down.
Thank you very much, that's wonderful.
That brings us to combat servitors. As Garrett shoots, that one would have triggered the held action.
My teacup is empty.
That's your held action right there. Your held action is to get some tea. And the trigger is the teacup is empty.
That is actually fairly close to how my brain works, yes. I have a modicum of professionalism and can run on internal tea stores for about an hour before I start to go into withdrawals.
But your brain is panicked already.
And that would be 4 degrees success against Shen in the 0-3. That is the head. So that is out of cover.
I need to dodge this.
Okay, feel free to start dodging.
You better dodge, man. You're the one holding that flank.
2.5 degrees success.
There
so
it
3
is.
Degrees.
Okay, you managed to just see the combat servitor, and you pull your head back in, but not before a bullet grazes off the side of your face. You ignore all but one of the hits. Let me roll damage.
Gross. So 3 degrees success on dodge. You still get hit if they roll 3 degrees success on the attack.
They got 4. They got 4 because they 3 plus base 1. You got 2 plus a base of 1.
Oh, I got you.
So there's still 1 degree of success there. You take 8 impact damage with a pen of 3 to the head. I don't know if that does anything to
Doesn't
you.
his round up though because it's 0.5? I thought the degree 6 round up or success round up,
Let
so he
me
would have 4.
check.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this new system works as far as what it's showing us.
In the way it
Oh,
works,
you are correct, actually.
No, you
It
got
rounds
3.
up. It rounds up.
Wah!
So,
Love you, Shan.
yeah,
I
because
love
70, which is 1, 60, 50, 40, 45. So, yeah, that actually makes a total... actually, let me just check. 70, 60, 50... Yeah, you miss every single hit. One of them catches some of your hair, a little bit unkempt out the side, very close to your face, but you managed to dodge every single hit there.
Just like wanted. The bullet was
got you,
curving
buddy.
through the air. Just a few strands of your hair displaced in the vortex behind it.
I'm balding fast enough, you bastard.
I can imagine Garrett shouting that out as well. That's why it's so funny.
Okay, that brings us to
Oh,
Cassius. I'm just going to
glorious.
refresh the Roll20 page because it's having some issues.
So is that utility servitor up there doing like anything?
Um...
Or is it just
Oh,
like
sorry,
deactivated sitting there?
that's behind cover now. I forgot to move it, but it moved behind cover. Okay, it looks like Roll20 is being interesting.
Refresh!
I'm trying
Quote,
to.
unquote,
It's
interesting.
having fun connecting. Okay. So in the meantime, Cassius, what are you going to do?
I gotta wait and see where that utility servitor goes.
I
because
went
what
behind
he
the
does-
pillar up the top.
So I don't have line of sight on him.
You wouldn't have landed that. Sorry, I forgot to move it because it's just off the top of my screen.
Okay.
How hot is it in this room anyway? With all this lava
Probably
everywhere.
pretty fucking hot.
Pretty warm.
Like if that's actual like slag lava. I don't know if you've ever been to a volcanic eruption before.
From what you
It's
can
pretty
see,
unimaginably hot.
it does not look like slag lava. It looks like a really weird, rolling, thick, heavy cloud.
I'm gonna step
Is it
back down
also-
here with Garrett then and take cover behind him.
Okay.
So you
since
didn't
I'm
find
unaware
anything.
of the guy over there. Yeah.
Is the weird demonic stuff also in that one particular lift at the bottom?
If it looks
There's
like
this
that,
one
then
lift
yes.
that- I was considering trying to use one of these lifts, but it seems that it just lowers you into demon stuff. So
Well,
maybe
the
not.
lifts that are currently like half down, you can step into and you can use them as cover if you want. But they do open up down to the bottom if they go down. Okay, so Cash, you move up to there.
Us can say, yeah, no.
Yeah.
Utility servitors are going to hold their actions. That brings us to Branda. I'm still reloading my page. I might actually just close it and reopen it, but I don't know if I'll actually be able to reopen it. But
Try
The
opening
thing
Branda,
is that you're in
Second
now,
tab.
but
Try opening a second tab.
good idea.
I will try once again with the same action at the servitor there, and one day I'll hit him.
Which servitor are you aiming for?
It's the combat servitor in the middle on that elevator.
Ah, right. Okay, yeah. Awesome.
Okay, half aim.
It's
Actually,
Firefox that's being slow.
I might not do my half aim this time because I'm actually gonna have
what
to
you get,
reload
man.
for the first time this in the entire series.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a firefight. You might need to reload a few times.
So I might
Good idea.
want to fire then reload.
Wait, do you even have extra bolter ammo?
Yes, not much, but I have some. Yeah, I'm gonna not do a half aim. I'm just gonna do normal shots. Or I might just do single shots because then I'll actually maybe hit him. Yeah, I'm gonna do single shots. I'm gonna half aim single shot with both weapons.
Okay. So that'll give you a plus 10 in total because you got the minus 10 involved.
Yep. First shot. Miss entirely. Rolled a 90.
Okay.
Second shot.
The shots ping past him, impacting against the pillar behind. I cannot see these on the dice roll, by the way, so make sure you're calling them out right now. Roll 20s
Right,
refuse
the
to work.
plasma shot. That is a hit with a
13.
total of 2 degrees
Three.
of success.
No, 3 total.
Yeah, because you add
it-
one and then you round up.
Do that as well. Jeez. Okay, yeah. So it's 3 degrees, but because it was
Single
on,
shot is only
yeah.
one hit, but feel free to roll for it.
All right.
Roll for
Hey,
it.
there it is. Roll for it.
11
location
energy
is
damage,
that?
pen 6.
What location?
Oh, the roll was 38,
Lower
I
left,
think.
left leg,
Oh.
left leg. No, right leg. My bad. Right,
Right leg. Okay, so
Shoot somebody with a flintlock.
its impact's doing a lot of damage, burning away a
Considered.
lot of the flesh, and some of the steel on the leg begins to heat up, sort of white hot in some places, and starts to slag off. The servitor is still up, but it's looking pretty injured. And I'm gonna have to shut down Firefox and reopen. So
Try Chrome.
No worries.
Chrome has issues with WebGL, so I'll try Firefox once more. Firefox has stopped responding. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, now it's running a lot quicker. Suddenly everything's working.
Yay. Yay.
Hooray!
Sorry about that.
You gotta
folks.
join the Chrome Imperium, man.
No, I use Chrome for everything. I use Roll4It is done on Firefox, so I can keep them separate.
You do it on Chrome Canary. Great. It's basically the same thing.
Probably should.
And every time there's a problem with Chrome, it's okay on Canary. And every time there's a problem with Canary, it's okay on Chrome. It's great.
I love the Linux version of Firefox, just purely because of the name. Because the name Firefox and the image are copyrighted, and as such, you know, the whole free to copy and modify thing doesn't, comes into issue. So they had to rebrand it as Ice Weasel.
Ice Wizard!
It's beautiful.
You can't do that.
No, I can't.
They should have just called it Ice Ferret. I mean, they're basically the same thing. It's just one's more socially acceptable. Like when I think weasel, I think like a ferret that's gone like rabid and it's like outside your house, just like digging through your trash for Cheetos. Whereas the ferret's inside with like a cup of tea, just like savage.
Wow.
Wow.
That's how makes ferrets.
You have an
so-
interesting,
Enoch,
you have an
you're up.
interesting opinion of mustelids there.
Okay. Wow. Right. On my turn, I call into the bead. I can't advance any further. Too many guns for me to get any closer and actually engage the enemy. What's it looking like over there? Are you able to start removing some of these combat servitors or the bolter? And with my actual action, I'm going into defensive stance.
Okay.
And can any of us reply to that immediately, or do you have to wait for our turn?
Sure, you can use it if it's a very short reply, yes.
I'll tell him I got the shield in the middle down. Left and right shields still up, but you may be able to hit Binus from here.
Let me see if I can weasel out some line of sight here.
Okay, this makes it Magus Binus's turn.
I see where you're drawing that. You stop right now, bastard.
That's actually me.
Binus is going to activate something, and he begins to hover into the air.
Hover Binus.
He's going to full move over to there.
What is that
Binus.
thing what is that black thing right there next to Binus?
It's a big hoist crane that sort of lifts over the large opening in front, and he's going to just hide entirely behind it.
He's going to lower himself into the muck. Good idea, Binus.
Heretic
jump
check
in.
priests. Holding actions, man. Holding actions every day. That brings us back to Garrett. Actually, no.
Chat
One of
is
them
saying-
can actually shoot at you. Yeah, chat saying.
Chat is saying they can't see the map.
Okay. So yeah, that brings us to the combat servitors. One can actually see Garrett, so it's going to take a shot.
That's
whose turn is-
crazy.
Whose turn is it?
Oh, sorry,
I'm
combat servitors
confused.
happen afterwards. Whatever. That one
Yeah.
misses though. Yeah, so Garrett, your go.
Okay, then the question is, how high up on the pillars are those emitters?
Probably 15 meters.
So, question of angling. Would I be able to angle over one of these cargo crates to hit an emitter?
Yes. From where you are, yes.
Okay. Then let me see if I can have a clear sight. Look at that. Do you see that line?
And they say they can't see the rolls.
Yeah, I'm messing around the rolls at the moment. As soon as that crashed, I've got it back up. Yeah, you can actually see that emitter.
Perfect. Half turn aim and shoot.
Okay, I think that's a total bonus of plus 20. Single shot, short range.
Plus 20, yeah.
Minus 20, plus 10 for accurate. Actually, maybe it's plus 10.
It
5
doesn't matter.
degrees success. No, 6 degrees success. Holy crap.
That's an extra 2d10 on your damage.
Okay, 9, 14, and 8. Pen 1.
Extra 2d10, no extra 2d10 plus 3 plus 3.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, so you roll once and then you add 2d10. I got you.
Yeah, so in total
9.
you did 19. I think it's an 8 and a 2 in addition. Yeah, so 19 pen 1. And with that one... crackles and smokes. But the field, the slight shimmer in the air, seems to stay active.
Okay.
That brings us to the Comet Servitors. That one misses. I just rolled for. This one is going to... Yeah, this one's going to take a half-action move to here. And it's going to fire at you, Garrett, because you're the only one that can really see. Actually, can you see Epidicus?
They all shoot at Garrett. No, it's fine. Let him shoot at Garrett. Let them all shoot.
It can just
Let
see
it happen.
Epidicus.
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 Yeah, it's going to take a shot at Epidicus because you're closer. No, actually, it went around there looking for... Epidicus. Yeah, so it's going to take a shot at Epidicus. Currently, your arm and leg are exposed. The rest of you's covered pretty well by cover. Very thick cover from its angle.
Can you tell us what the optimal range is for the heavy stubber?
100 meters. So...
Oh, so this is all short range. Gotcha.
Oh, yeah, they're all at short range right now. It hasn't aimed.
No.
Short range. Full auto. No modifier.
Epic Dickus is about to catch Epic Daka. It's gonna hurt.
But yeah, that is a massive miss. In fact, it misses so much that Epidicus, for a moment, you don't think someone's firing at you. You think they're firing at someone else down the end.
Yeah, what are the chances that a miss, like if you angle it, what are the chances that the miss will actually hit something behind it?
Quite unlikely to be an actual person, just because as you get further and further away, angles tend to diverge much more. So that brings us to Cassius.
Okay.
Get him,
So
Cassius.
this little bastard down here that's firing at my buddy Epic Dickus. Is this thing right here, this little train thing?
That's
Is
low
that,
cover.
like,
That'll be
cover?
like just over waist height.
Okay, I only need line of sight anyways because the spell originates from them, not me, so we'll be all right. I'm just going to step to there. And I am going to Psi rating 4, dial back to Psi rating 2, spontaneous combustion him. Although you said I get an extra hit, huh?
You only get an extra degree of success if you hit.
Yeah. I'm going to go Smite 4. And then with Smite 4, was that a minus 10 on the initial manifest? Sorry, I'm looking to see specifically what's easier to cast. So it's plus 10 versus... we'll just... Okay. So I'm going to go Psi rating 4, dialed back to Psi rating 3 for a plus 30. I should have a plus 40 last time, I didn't realize. And we'll go for it.
Okay. So that's 3 degrees of success in total. That's 2 hits from Smite, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. The dice roll itself did involve a 6.
Yeah. We'll
So
deal with
would
that
be
in a minute.
Perils. We'll deal with that in a second. Sorry, Phenomena, not Perils.
So that's going to be plus... Wait, what was it? Let me see here. So that was
believe that
spontaneous
is-
combustion. Never mind. Sorry.
Okay.
So spontaneous combustion, I've got... That's going to be 13, 10, 0, but it's fire damage.
Okay, and that hits the center of the servitor, like chest, isn't it? Or is it
Yeah.
location? Yeah, it's a chest. So that hits servitor. Servitor's flesh begins to char a little bit. It looks like most of the metal survives flame. However, I get to roll an agility check, which for servitors is always fun.
They have agility?
Yeah, it fails, and the servitor becomes wreathed in flame.
Okay. So the servitor is now on fire. So at least I did something.
It lets
And
out a
then we'll
very
deal with our perils here.
it lets out a very frightened beep boop.
This one doesn't add a 10. Only 10s are added on normal perils, just to make it a little more
okay.
balanced. 6s don't add any 10s, so that is a 72. So that isn't
Let's see
perils.
what
Perils is phenomena.
72 does. Let's see if
It's
I
pretty
care about
bad. It might be
rerolling.
everyone frenzies.
Oh god, not that again.
It is. It's frenzy. So let's not do that.
That's much better. 49.
That one's
49.
actually a 49. So with a 49, everybody makes an agility test within...
You can move it because of your ability. You can move it up or down 5, can't you?
I can. So let me see what's on the opposite sides. So this one I set off an earthquake with 49.
You can also have Bloody Tears, or you can have Warp Ghosts, I think, because I think 5 bumps it up all the way past Discharge to Ghosts. Bloody
Would an
Tears isn't bad.
earthquake- Would an earthquake damage the forge with a warp core?
Unlikely to. It's mostly a knock people off their feet, but delicate systems maybe. The Forge is pretty robust.
I'm going to shift it down by 5 to make it a spectral gale.
You were 49, so that brings it down to a... Oh, yeah, 44, Spectral Gale.
Technically, I can move it by up to my bonus, so I could take it down to Bloody Tears. Let's do Bloody
Okay.
Tears instead, because that has no negative effect.
Wheat from stone would have been... Yeah, so blood wheat's from stone and wood. Unfortunately, there's no real stone and wood around. So what happens is... Very little happens. Very little indeed. Some
happens is
objects
nothing,
nearby that are
really.
like in crates and stuff, small puddles of red appear below them. But that's
What happens
very few
is
objects in the area.
a puddle of red appears in Brander's jacket because his flintlock pistol has wood in it.
Yes, Brander, your pocket begins to
You're like,
bleed,
am I
and
hit?
you're like,
Am I hit?
oh.
Yeah, Cassius looks strangely at Garrett, just like, why didn't he start bleeding? I thought the fucker was made of wood.
That's pretty much it for my turn. I moved and I casted, so that's that.
Wait, are you now using Garrett for cover? I mean, I am mostly metal
No.
here.
Servitors are holding their
Okay.
actions. Brander!
Okay, same as before. I'm gonna do single shot with
Oh,
both
I'm sorry.
guns.
I missed a combat servitor shooting at you, Brander. Oh, no, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't. You're good. Yeah, you shoot both guns.
Single shot with both guns at the servitor, and I'm not going to aim for this one.
Okay. This is single shot, so... Feel free.
No aim, standard range, standard shot, -10, 2 guns, and I get miss.
No, sadly, the bolt again
Just-
goes wide.
And then with the plasma pistol,
Focus, Brander.
no aim, standard range. Da-da-da.
There you
Nice.
2.5, which is like 4 or something. It's a
That's
single
4,
shot,
yeah.
so
Yeah, so you hit it in the 21, 12. That makes it right arm, which is its heavy stubber arm. Feel free to roll damage.
11, pen 6.
Okay, that does... Oh, I've got to go back to my cursor. A good deal of damage as its arm begins to... Actually, you hit it in the leg before. I haven't put the damage on for that one. Yeah, that would kill it. The arm blows off as ammo begins to ping into the body, sending out shrapnel, and it collapses to the ground, most of its torso blown apart by the implosion of its own ammo stores combined with the plasma discharge. I think that's the one I rolled initiative for, so I'm actually going to move it up to the top of the map and leave it there.
I go finally, and then I use my remaining half action to reload the bolt pistol.
Okay. Enoch, you're up.
Okay, I'm just having a look at some things. Right. Could you tell me how many squares are double movement with this crate at the corner?
Only that, like, slipping through that corner. Everything else is fine.
So that one tile. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's 3, 5 to there. An extra 2.
I think you can make that a charge.
I've got to have the last
Yeah.
2 meters. Well, actually, no. The last 4 meters need to be that. So 3, 5.
Yeah, I don't think you
Have
can
to
make it a
move up there.
charge. Yeah.
3, 5, 7. Yeah, my charge is 12 meters. So
Oh! Yeah, okay, in which case you can charge it.
okay, well, I will do that then.
As that triggers, because you have to swing out to charge,
Yeah.
the tech priest
Yeah.
gets a shot at you. Charge doesn't give it
Just
minus
to
20.
confirm, though,
Mhm.
I can move into position within the killing zone of an enemy, can't I? Like I can.
What do
I
you
don't
mean?
stop literally at this corner. I can move all the way into that corner.
Oh,
I know
yeah, if you want.
the
Yeah, yeah.
bolter's going to keep shooting at me.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
You know.
Well,
just
actually,
for the
it's not a bolter,
position.
don't worry. If it's a bolter, there'll be a little bit more trouble.
Oh yeah.
So I'm going to roll a hit. Full auto. No modifier this time. And yet, that is a low degree of success. Do you want to roll dodge?
Yeah.
So it's 4 degrees
That's
success.
4 degrees success. Ouch.
Mm-hmm. He rolled a natural 3.
Oh,
I did not
no.
manage to dodge.
Oh no!
Okay, 4 degrees success. So a natural 3 is a 30. So that is torso. No, torso's 31. So that is left arm,
It
left arm,
is
torso, torso.
Left arm, torso. Yeah.
Okay. So the damage for the heavy stubber.
Oof.
Oh, got a crit.
It can't crit though. It just does normal damage. But that is unfortunate.
Could you read them out so I can just knock these
So,
off my
okay,
half at the time?
it's 9 pen 3,
Okay.
11 pen 3.
Give me just a second. So 3.
Chat, there's no minus 20 because he didn't run, he charged.
I didn't run. I charged. So if we knock all my armors down to 1 on each body part, and my toughness is 3. So I basically soak 4 off each one. So it's 5 from the first one, then the next one brings me down 1.
Actually, I do have to check something very quickly.
Oh, okay.
Because I think these heavy stubs are slightly different.
I was gonna say, man, you want to fate that dodge, maybe?
Heavy stubber, heavy stubber, heavy stubber, heavy stubber. No, that stat is correct.
Okay. Well, yeah, actually, I could fake the dodge, to be fair. I'll give it a try.
I mean, it seems
Okay.
like it's gonna be fatal.
Yeah, it will be.
Sadly, that is a fail.
And that brings me down to... Oh, I've lost my place now. So the 7, another 3, and then the 14, the 10. Takes me down to minus 12.
Wow.
Okay, so do you want to burn fate?
Yeah, may as well.
Okay, burning a point of fate. I will say, feel free to roll me the dodge again.
Okay.
Oh, there's a dodge.
Oh, damn, yeah. So you hear a voice in your head. It's not so much a voice as a feeling. And you almost glimpse yourself being peppered with bullets and torn apart. And as you charge the servitor, you kind of duck a little bit lower, and bullets stream over your head, meant for you.
Okay.
You take no hits.
Okay.
That was a crazy good dodge roll. He rolled an 08.
Oh yeah.
Had to burn fate
the-
for it though, but hey, you're still alive
Yeah.
and you still have health left, so that's good.
Indeed.
That is what fate is there for when you need it. That means you've charged. Feel free to make a charge attack. You're using your hammer for this, I assume.
I'm using my. Wouldn't I be able to attack with both of my things?
Charge, unfortunately, is a
Or is it
single attack, just specifying the rule, sadly.
Oh right, okay. Well, in that case, then sure.
You get plus 20
yeah.
to it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I'm going to be using. No, I'm going to be using my flail of chastisement. I think.
okay. Make a single attack with the flail. You will get plus 20 as the bonus. No other bonuses involved. Because charge is plus 20. Plus 20, plus 20. I think it's plus 20.
I think it's plus 20. Yeah, it is absolutely plus 20.
Okay.
Yeah, charge is plus 20. And that's 4 degrees of success.
Okay. Roll me some damage.
That's 13. What did I roll on that?
That is torso, 13 pen 2 to the... Is that utility servitor around there?
Yeah. I think that was a 3, though, so I'll replace that with the 4.
Okay, so you get 14 pen 2. That shreds the servitor. You bring down your flail, bring all your might behind it, and flesh is torn. It grabs around like little bits of mechanical parts and exposed circuitry and shreds them by pulling them out. The utility servitor, not as particularly armored as the apparent combat brethren, is completely destroyed.
Okay.
That makes it Linus's turn.
Is he still hovering?
He is. And with that, the pillars nearest you, void shields appear between all three of them.
Which pillars?
Here, emitters go on. Here,
Ah.
here,
I was literally just about to go through them.
and here.
Now we have to get rid of them.
Yeah, that's definitely a kill box. We don't want to go in there with the
Why do you
shield
think
still up.
he was asking you forwards for champion?
We have our champion.
Tech priests. He runs to there. Binus's experiment. Oh yeah. With that, Epidicus, you see a figure come out from cover and start lumbering towards you.
This one lolloping as well?
This time, it's not so much a lollop as it is a close to the ground, full-on sprint, trying to get closer to you. Talons out, carving little grooves in the ground as it runs forwards through the sheet metal. You can see the hint of fangs and dripping saliva, which is mixed with machine oil, coming off of its maw. That brings us to Garrett.
Oh boy. Damn shields. They're everywhere. And I'm going to try to take out this one. Let me ping it for you.
Okay. Close range. You are, assume, aiming.
Yes.
So yeah, you'll get close range, aiming, accurate bonus of 10, but then you'll have a minus 20 from the small size.
How close is point blank?
3 meters.
Okay.
You could probably just peek that corner and shoot that one.
That's up 15 meters though, so it'd still be
15 meters
close.
high, though. Doesn't
Nat
matter.
1.
A natural 1.
Yes.
With
That
that,
works.
you see the... And you've already pinged that there were some extra emitters around that weren't active, and you just go... With an arc of sparks and explosion, it blasts outwards, lightning rippling across its surface as the image beyond that you can see rippling just goes pitch black, pitch black, pitch black, and then it detonates. Branda, make me a toughness test.
I'm like 50 meters away, though, right? Or something? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's above your
Toughness.
head, yeah.
Oh, that's
no.
a fail.
Yeah, Branda, you are stunned for 1 round as the impact knocks you to the ground.
It's 85 against 40.
That
Sadly.
is unfortunate.
But at least the shield's down.
The void shield collapses entirely.
Get that damn critter, Cassius.
Combat Servitor. Cassius is out of cover. I would say your legs are still covered by the intervening terrain. Combat Servitor is going to make it shot. Half aim. Short range. Full auto.
Isn't that combat servitor on fire? It needs to make a willpower check.
If it
to
takes
do
damage.
anything.
How much damage does it take?
Let's see here. 1d10 with no armor.
With no armor.
And then it's just at the beginning of its turn, it has to make a willpower test. It has nothing to do with the damage.
Unfortunately, with Mind Lock, servitors are unable to think outside their programming. So it has no programming for I'm on fire, I need to put myself out. It can't think like that. Mind Lock means it's very limited in what it can do. So it will just
goes,
take the
this
damage.
is fine, and carries on.
However,
Yeah,
it
this is
misses
fine.
completely with the stubber. I'll roll for damage. 6. It does take 2 points of damage. And the stubber completely misses Cassius to the point of just hitting the intervening terrain, causing sparks to appear from the machinery. That is the only combat servitor, except for this one here, who is going to move to there as a full run. Okay, that brings to Cassius.
Okay.
Let's play.
I mean,
Oh, in fact, that is a very good point. Servitors, when Mindlock appears, have to make a intelligence check at plus 20 or be stunned. Because they don't know what to do. I thought there's something extra. Yeah, so
find
that
it
Servitor
very-
just... He rolled 99. That Servitor...
So, tell me about those barrels that are on the ground right there, because I've actually got line of sight on the critter.
That barrel? Make an intelligence check.
Well, this barrel right here, not that one.
Oh,
'Cause those-
yeah.
that-
There's
I
a
go in
barrel,
between
there's some
those from where I'm
crates,
at.
and there's a couple of cylinders. Make an intelligence check. You have no idea what's inside them.
Well, I just wanted to know how they would interact with regards to cover.
Oh,
I don't
in
really
terms
care
of-
what's inside of them.
Oh, in terms of cover, the barrel probably gives the critter arm, leg cover on one side, and a little bit of torso. But other than that, it's pretty exposed. And it did a
which side?
run, so it would be at minus 20 to hit it.
Which side would you say is in cover?
Left.
I think that's just being shot at. I don't think that counts for spells. We need to look that up.
You're right, actually. That is just ranged attack rolls.
Yeah, it's just-
Smite is a ranged attack roll, however, because it does fire a bolt. Or is it ballistic? No, it's ranged. It's ranged. It's minus 20 to ranged.
Tappity tappity.
All right.
Kill it!
For the minus 20, though, I'm risking perils for a really, really low chance to hit it.
Especially at that range, since you need a high psi rating to hit long range. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucked. It's 40. We need psi rating 2. Just to even out. I'm going to try and... Let me run the numbers real fast. I'm going to try and spontaneously combust him.
Okay.
And so I'll go from a willpower 5 down to a 2, which will give me plus 30, plus 20, so it's a plus 50, minus 20, so it'll be a plus 30.
Nice. 7 degree success. No,
Very
8.
nice.
It's
8
going to make a
degrees
dodge
success.
roll.
It's weird that you can dodge spontaneous combustion, considering it like originates
Yeah.
from inside the
Doesn't
creature.
manage to anyway.
However,
Yeah,
it
that's
completely
one of
fails
the things
to
that
dodge.
bugs me. Okay.
And with that, you hit it, and some of the little sparks appear on its servos, and there's something shorts out. Its chest plate and parts of its carapace begin to glow around the edge, and flames begin to lick up its robe. Roll damage.
Wait, it has a robe?
It was covered
I'm
in
gonna
a
replace
sort of heavy
that with
black
the.
robe.
I'm gonna replace that with the 7.
It was an 8.
Oh yeah, because I get the bonus. I'm gonna replace it with the 8 then, so it does 14 pen 0, and he's got to make a agility chest to avoid being on fire.
Okay, he does take some damage, and he's gonna make an agility check right now, which he passes. The flames seem to peter out, but there are scorch marks now over his chest. Utility servitor.
Okay.
Oh, you've got half
I'm gonna
action
move
left, haven't
back
you?
to that corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This utility servitor charges straight at Epictetus. That moves to there. Moves to there. Right, so utility servitor makes an attack. I'm going to say full aim instead of a... Oh, it has a bonus for charge. Oh, whatever. It's a charge.
That's 20.
Yeah, I've got it down. However, it massively misses. This large, serrated, bladed construction, often used for chopping up industrial, like, sized bits of lumber or metal, just goes over the top, hits the pillar, taking a small chunk out of the metal, sparks flying. That brings us to Branda.
I am stunned.
You are stunned. You're no longer stunned.
Am I like prone now or anything?
You are prone, but you are now unstunned at the end of your turn.
Right.
Enoch.
Okay, I'll make a standard attack,
Okay.
which is both of my flail and my thunderhammer. So starting with the flail.
Okay, so that's a plus 10 in total.
Is it?
Single attack,
Oh,
plus 10.
good point. Yeah, standard, of course.
Unfortunately, that looks like a miss to me. Yeah.
That was a miss with the flail.
The flail kind of swings across, and the utility servitor steps to the side, swings through air. Power hammer? Sorry, thunder hammer. Also,
the
sadly,
miss with that, as unfortunately.
Damn.
thunder hammer. Binos is going to then go straight up into the air, and it's going to take a pot shot at Brander. No, not Brander, because you're prone. It's going to take a pot shot at Garrett.
Damn it.
Yeah, I look like I'm dead. I'm on the floor and there's a patch of blood on my jacket.
True.
He's
Very
dealt with.
true. Where's Binos? I haven't used his character sheet yet. There we go. This actually counts as long range for him. So, in fact, he's not going to shoot. He's just going to start flying this way at what is considered a run. Bam.
Can you tell me what height he's at?
He's about 8 meters off the ground right now.
So he is being blocked by crates then.
Yes, at that range, I would say he would be.
Okay.
Tech Priest. That Tech Priest runs up there to the Heavy Stubber. Tech Priest down the bottom is going to just wait. I'm able to really get a bead. Binus's experiment. Oh, here's where things get fun. What is your movement, Binus experiment? 15. Can't quite make it. So instead, going to leg it to here at a complete and utter run.
Impressive.
That makes it Garrett.
Do you see this line here?
You can see it, but only just.
Oh.
And it did run, so that's a minus 20.
But I just rolled a 001. We could do it.
You just wasted all your luck, bro.
Or you can call
I
shot,
know.
because your character can call shot for no penalty.
It's true.
Call shot is so tempting.
You can see its arm. That's all you can see.
Damn.
The rest is to go through the crate. So you can half action aim. No, call shot is a full action, so you won't even be able to aim.
Yeah, called shot you can't aim.
So you could aim this turn, and next turn you could do a quarter shot, or you could just do a shot.
No, I think I'm gonna swap to my melt-a-gun. I do have quick
Okay.
draw, so I can do that as a free action. And I'm gonna try hitting this guy with an aim.
That
And
means you would have to drop your rifle, or you'd have to half action
Yes.
your rifle away. So okay,
I drop,
rifle is dropped.
and aim.
Okay.
Best
So
of luck.
yeah, good. I know. Best of luck. So I'm gonna put in all the zeros here, and we'll figure this out. It's standard range. There's no penalty there. Modifiers would be 10 from aim, 10 from auspex, and 10 from single shot. And then the
All
penalty would
specs
be...
doesn't give you a bonus to shooting.
Oh, my bad. Okay, so 10 from aim, 10 from single shot. And then
yes.
on penalties is 20 from his run.
Yes.
Correct? So it's a 0.
Okay. Here we go. The melter gun not being used yet,
I'm
and sadly.
I'm re-rolling that. I am re-rolling
Okay,
that.
here comes fate.
God, all this stuff to input one dice roll is silly.
I wish there was just a do the same roll button, but when you use fate, it'd be so
And
convenient.
sadly,
Well,
that
you can
looks
go
like
into chat and you can
another
press
miss. Another miss.
Oh.
The melter gun melts a chunk out of the container as it falls and collapses inwards. The bit of plastics and metals involved.
Enoch,
Sadly,
get out of there!
Combat servitors. I don't think there are any combat servitors actually. Oh no, there is one.
Yeah, there's one.
It
There's two,
lumbers to here. Where's the other one?
Isn't that one to the south of me? Was that utility servitor?
Utility.
Oh, yeah, it's, utility. Sorry.
Yeah.
bad.
Combat servitor is going to move to there. Actually, it's going to full move. It's going to run to here. Okay, that brings us to Cassius. And I think this is probably a good place to take a break. For now, we will be back in 10 minutes. We're continuing the fight. Binus' experiment is lumbering upwards towards the ranged people on the field. The void shields are down. Binus has abandoned his post behind the console. Enoch's getting cornered by utility servitors who are swinging wildly with large implements used for mostly industrial labor. It's looking dicey. It's looking dicey. But we'll be back in 10 minutes. Feel free to check out the Patreon, take a bio break, whatever you need to do. And we'll see you in a bit.
Hope you guys are excited.
Hello! Welcome back to Roll4It Dark Heresy Civil War. Our acolytes are currently fighting the forces of Magnus Binus, a tech priest who has gone slightly heretical and has some sort of Gene Stealer Servitor hybrid going on. It's going to be interesting to see how that works out. They're currently in the middle of battle, so I believe we've just got to Cassius' turn. Cassius, what do you want to do?
Aw, fuck, I'm all covered in Cheeto dust. God damn it.
That happens when you roll perils, by the way.
Yeah,
Was
the
it my
Cheetos are
turn?
all spoiled now.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, it's my turn, huh? I didn't think it was my turn. All right.
I could have sworn it was.
I guess from...
Had you just finished your turn or something?
I think it was his turn when we
Yeah, I
started.
think it's your turn.
We just
Yeah.
done all the combat servitors.
Yeah, all the rolls say that I went last, so it's
Yeah.
Cash's turn now.
It must be. I'm going to step back to where I'm at right now,
Oh yeah, we need the map.
and I'm going to hit him with a smite.
Okay.
And this is going to be at psi rating 3, I guess. Yes.
I
Push!
assume-
Psi rating 7.
I assume Cassius can clearly see that I missed, because I suck.
Yeah,
I would
like a large
love
chunk.
it if you went all in on this and just went full on Psi rating 7.
Yeah. As I'm
Push,
charging at
push.
the power, I'm like, oh, Garrett, we're about to be worm food! And I cast it 3. But I am going to use sorcery. So how does that affect the roll for the perils or whatever?
It just means you get a plus 30. I will say it doesn't stack with the plus 10, just because that would be ridiculous.
Oh, come on.
Fuck.
A little bit of ridiculous every now and then does the hard good.
All right, YOLO. We're going to get a plus 30 after my psi focus and everything, so let's see what happens.
Look at that. 8-degree success.
Oh!
What?
I should've rolled it higher.
What psi rating with this? Was it a 4?
It was at 3.
Oh, okay. Wait, so it's only 3 hits, sadly. And the
Yeah.
number itself was a 13. No doubles, no 6. You're good.
All right.
Garrett doesn't
let's
see anything
what's
as Garrett's
going on
facing
here.
the other way as well.
Yeah, but the last time he used sorcery around Garrett, he caused Garrett to like feel really queasy and get vertigo and shit. I don't want to see that again. Don't fuck this up.
Okay, so 11,
All right.
9, and 14 all pen 4.
And I'm going to replace the 9. The 9 was a 4. I'm going to replace it with an 8. So
It's
that should go up to 13. So
Okay.
11, 4, 13, 4, and 14, 4.
So what locations does this hit? Because it's treated like a psychic bolt attack. So 13, 31, that is the arm out of cover. The first shot hits the arm out of cover. So let's just do that nice and quick. Pen 4, that gets rid of most of the armor. 6, and it takes 5 points of damage.
Ah!
Now, that's probably the sound that it's making right now.
The next shot hits the arm again because it's always 2 in the same location. So that was a 13, wasn't it?
Yes, 13,
So that's
10,
7
4.
points of damage.
Yeah! Just like Kamehameha!
And then the
He likes his
last
Dragon Ball
hit
Z
is
Fatima.
torso, which hits the container in front of it. Bits of the container spark and melt, bits of them explode and sort of shatter under the intense of sudden heat. Very little seems to go through, and if anything goes through, the Gene Stealer does not seem to feel it. However, it is incredibly hurt by your sheer barrage hitting it in the arm, which was exposed. It's like
Yeah, well, you know, we do what we got to
Excuse
do in the
me.
Imperium.
the
we do what we
flesh
got
is
to do.
blackened. Some of the servos are sparking and hissing, and machine oil is starting to pour down the arm.
If you lift your pinky for it, it's a barrage.
In which case, it is the utility servitors. This one's going to move to there and charge. That charge gives it a plus. You don't have Combat Master, do you, Enoch? Okay, in which case they get a ganging up bonus. So this is no aim, charge attack, modifier of plus 10. However, Servitor completely fluffs the attack. Avasor is going to attack. Avasor is going to take an aim attack with single attack.
Okay.
This is so weird the way it says -2 degrees of success.
No.
Just call it failure.
can't. It doesn't have any conditional statements in it.
However, it does hit with 3 degrees
Try
success.
and
You may.
parry that.
Yeah, go for it. You're parrying with the Thunderhammer?
Blow his fist off, bro.
That's a -10, is it not, with the Thunderhammer?
Because it's unwieldy?
It's unwieldy?
Yes. And that, however, is a degree of success. With that, you bring up the Thunderhammer, and this blow that was going straight for your torso, discharge from the Thunderhammer knocks the Servitor slightly backwards. I have to test to see if its arm gets destroyed. And with that, the Thunderhammer explodes outwards, pushing it backwards, and its arm, with all the lacerated chain blades and implements, shatters. Bits of sawtooth pinging off the metal nearby. It has now got no arm. I am going to make a mind lock check because its only weapon has been destroyed.
Just go back to moving boxes around, damn it.
It fails pretty badly, and I will say that failure means that it just shuts down. It doesn't have a weapon now anyway, so all it can do is try and swing an unarmed attack at you.
Does that mean it's providing Enoch with cover?
No, it will collapse to the ground like prone.
No, I thought
Alas.
servitors just kind of punched over when they were deactivated, like they still stood up.
Yeah,
really-
if they're deactivated. This one isn't not just deactivated, it's just completely and utterly got confused and you just failed.
It's probably kinder than what I was about to do to it anyway.
Are you doing sorcery back there, Cassius?
Nope.
Better not be doing sorcery back there.
Does
Nope,
he say
no
that aloud?
sorcery.
Does he say that aloud?
No.
Does he say that with a calm beat?
Okay, and that brings us to
Enoch murders
Brenda.
the Gene Stealers so we can get over to them.
Yeah.
Brenda.
Right,
Or now you need to stand up, Mr. Prone Man.
Oh, that's a point. That'll be
Half
half an
stand up.
action.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it, I forgot. Now I can't do all the things I was planning on doing.
You hear Cassius off to your left, like something, we're in food, and you just see lightning explode out from behind them, from cover.
However, Brenda, you can
Right.
take a half action and hold that half action.
You better not. You better shoot that thing, Brander. It's
Well,
YOLO
I think
time.
if I
can't even
move, then I
see it.
can shoot, and there's something I can shoot at. Probably not anything over where Enoch is, but I can shoot.
Yeah,
the
there's a
utility
combat
servitor
servitor.
that's approaching.
Delay is a
Combat
full
servitor
action.
was that?
Oh, delay's a full action. Okay. There's a combat servitor there that you can shoot at
Oh,
if
yeah,
you...
there's-
Yeah.
But yeah,
Also
delay
keeping
is
an eye on
full
that
action, means
utility
you
one
can only
that's-
use a half action on the characters.
Don't you have jump up?
Practice.
Can't you like vault back up?
I don't think I've got jump up.
Oh, who has jump up? Is that Garrett?
Yep.
Ah,
But I never need to use it because I'm always dodging everything.
Yeah.
Right,
Hi, Brenda.
half action to stand up, and then I can't get into cover from here where I am. I'd like to move because I need to get where I can shoot
are
the
in
damn
cover.
Genes. Actually, it's probably going to come to me. Thinking about it, it's probably going to... Well, they'd probably murder Enoch first.
Okay, who are you shooting? Brenda, come on.
Brenda doesn't care. He's going to shoot the combat servitor.
Okay, go for it.
Go
Are you
for it.
at a horrible range?
It's 33 meters.
Yeah, so you are beyond your normal range, but you're not actually in long range yet because of the way that range works, so you're fine.
Does it use
Marksmanship anyway,
talents?
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I will do... Run out of ammo. I'm going to do single shot with both weapons.
Okay.
Thought you just reloaded.
Yeah, but I'm still running out of ammo. Like, in general, I've not got that much left to load into
you can
the guns.
still throw the gun.
this is what happens when our shooter spends all of his time requisitioning plasma guns instead of ammo.
That was a free thing. That wasn't even. I used my requisition rolls to try and get an exterminator, and I never got one. Like
Brenda,
I just did a thing where I
Brenda.
got one automatically.
Feel free to roll your attack.
Dude.
You get plus 10 for
Dude,
single
it's-
shot.
It's just all the.
You
all the
get
stupid
minus
buttons I've
10
gotta press.
for... No, you don't get minus 10 for anything. What am I talking about? Go over it. Oh, minus 10 for, yeah, 2-weapon wielder.
I'm sorry, guys. I triggered Brander. I didn't mean to. It was an accident. Now,
I'm reaching into my combat vest and just pulling out like all these different las
I think I
las
did this
packs.
right, I don't know.
Tons of energy packs everywhere.
Okay, that is a hit.
4 degree success.
3 degree success.
It says 2.4 additional degrees. Doesn't that mean 4 in all?
Oh, maybe you're right. Let me just double check again.
It doesn't make a difference.
Round it down.
No,
a
it's
free-
just round up. Just round up. Don't add one. Either round down and add
okay,
one,
so
or you
just
round
round
up. It's
Gotcha.
round up. Branda does. Oh,
Woo!
16 pen 4 to where is that? That's to the left arm.
That poor arm. It doesn't need two arms, does it? Wait, which arm has the big gun on it?
Right.
So he's gonna shoot off the chainsword or whatever.
Yeah, you just blow that away. One shot, dead center on the arm. Pop. That is a dead combat servitor.
All right.
Aw.
Oh, it's dead.
Yeah?
Well done.
Does the shot still fire from the plasma pistol?
No. You have to call that afterwards as part of the action, but you're fine, so it doesn't fire.
Does that mean
Awesome,
he can shoot a
'cause
different
this
target
thing
with
takes
it?
3 turns to reload.
He doesn't have the ability to shoot a different target outside of a few meters.
Oh, gotcha.
Enoch, you're up.
Okay. Right then. I will.
Run away!
What are the rules on disengaging again?
It takes a half action.
And that effectively allows me then to use the remaining half action to get out of there.
Yeah. I'd say that half action will allow you to be a meter away from him, just so that you can then make moves freely.
Okay.
But yes.
Oh, you better finish him. Smash that dude. Run up behind him and just gush. Thunderhammered.
I mean, yeah, you can see the
His
experiment.
gun is here, which is pretty dangerous for me.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that shooter.
Don't worry about it. It'll be fine.
You've got fate.
However. So where would I be if I disengaged? Could you ping on the map for me?
You'd move to effectively there.
Okay. Right then. Okay. I am going to do that, and I'm going to pull back with the remainder of my half move.
Okay.
That's as far as I can get to, including the double movement from that corner.
That, let's see. That technically gives the heavy stubber a bead on you, but there is a high risk of hitting the utility servitor. It does allow the other one a bead on you as you disengage, though. Both of them are going to take shots. The one that takes shots that's shooting through the utility servitor, I'd say any failures do hit the utility servitor. Because it is so very much in line with you.
EE, that one in the top. That one in the top was destroyed.
No, the middle one's destroyed. The guy at the top one was killed.
But you
It's the
said
guy
he
from the
fell
middle
like-
one who went to the top one.
Yeah, the guy at the middle one ran around to the top one. That's what he's been doing the last few actions.
Didn't Cassius fall into the ammo and then explode the gun? Didn't the one that
that's
Cassius
true.
set on fire?
The ammo detonated. There is still some ammo in the gun, but the spare ammo below did detonate. It's only
Gotcha.
bullet rounds. They
It
won't
just didn't
destroy the
damage
gun.
the gun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Just means it's now limited ammo as the box is gone. Right, so...
He's just kicking the other Mechanicus out of the way. Stupid corpse.
Roll to hit. No aim. Short range. Full auto.
Uh-oh.
Yes, so that pummels the utility servitor in front of you. I will say, for simplicity's sake, the utility servitor is dead, rather than trying to figure out how many hits that is, because I'd say that's degrees of
Our
failure
Mechanicus
hits.
is going to have to, say quite a few Hail Omnisires to atone for that one. Destroying his precious creatures.
That was a roll of
Patience.
92.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. And the other one, as Enoch disengages, pings off behind you, but still, no hits. Gonna move that utility servitor away, is now dead as well.
I think you mean dead as hell.
Mm-hmm. Right, that makes it Magus Binos' turn. He's gonna be in total cover. He's not gonna be peeking around. That means it's Tech Priest go. They're gonna hold their actions again. Binos' Experiment. I'm gonna make an intelligence check for Binos' Experiment.
Is that a replica sword, Splat?
Yeah, that one's it's a decorative. You're supposed to hang it on a wall. It's blunt on all the edges.
With that intelligence check, it doesn't notice or doesn't reevaluate the fact that Epidicus has moved behind it. So Epidicus is not really in its processing power right now. It's not paying attention to where Epidicus is. It's going to continue moving forwards.
That was
Wow,
another
minus
92
really
roll.
lobotomized this thing.
It runs all the way up to Garrett with full run.
Ah!
I love it. Just, ah!
Leaping over the corner of the pit and trying to stop itself sliding sideways on the metal floor, talons digging in and dragging sideways, dragging like little sparks and streams of metal out of the floor. It runs straight up to Garrett. Tongue flickering out, more open. You can see its domed head now has metal riveting along it.
Garrett,
it has small pumps
no!
attached to it. Claws out in front.
Don't give it a tongue, Garrett. That's just what it wants.
Its jacket is smoking. The whole robes have started to peel away, and you can see now that this gene steel has been pretty heavily augmented with metal plates patched across it in places. However, its arm is now blackened ruin. It's still able to use it, but it is pretty badly injured. Garrett, your turn.
Melta him!
Free action. I pee myself.
There's definitely
Another free action. I drop the melt a gun.
Didn't
Another
you take
free
Jaded?
action. No.
I was gonna say, if you took Jaded, you're too brave to pee yourself, man. Action
I
denied. You're too brave.
I forgot, by the way, when it runs up to you. Now it's in range of everyone.
Why did you bring this up?
I would like everyone every one of you to make a fear check at -20.
What? kind of
Okay.
fear is
Does
I need to
hatred-
look this up.
Does hatred Tyranids help in any way with this?
Branda, I will say you're only at a -10, so I'll count the hatred as a +10.
What kind of fear is this? Is it a mundane fear or?
It's not mundane, it's Xenos, but because you've got a little bit of mundanity, you've been through a few things, Enoch, and you've got Jaded, right?
I've got jaded, yeah.
Yeah, I'll say you can have a +10 as well. It doesn't normally apply, but I'll say for the sake of this, it does.
I have resistance specifically to fear, so that's
You get a
plus
+10,
10, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's gonna ruin everything.
Yeah, -20 is pretty brutal.
Oh lord.
I've seen gene stealers before. This.
So have we.
I've
Apparently that
seen
doesn't
many,
count for
but apparently
anything.
it doesn't matter. I'm
Yeah,
throwing
apparently
away
that
crap
means
at myself.
nothing. We've killed
So I
loads
love-
of gene stealers.
You know,
I've
I
got
will actually say
resistance.
you have seen Gene Stealers. I'll say you all get a +10 on that. Apart from
Doesn't
Enoch,
matter.
because Enoch, I assumed we had seen that for the Jaded or whatever. But yes, people still fail. Now it's time to roll for fears, except for
Brandon and
Enoch.
Garb fail
Whether,
massively.
whether you've done this job or whether you've just seen enough demons in your time that a Gene Stealer doesn't really phase you.
Yeah, I've seen the horrors of the warp. This is just.
Okay, so what you need to do is take your degrees of
Good, not
failure.
good.
Remember, I gave him a +10 afterwards, so remember to take that into account. So, Cassius is on like a -20, on a 20, Branda's on a 50, Garrett's on a 50. I want you to roll a D100 and add that to it.
Best of luck, guys.
People adding a 50, this could be really, 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 really bad.
135.
Oh, crap.
Oh, Branda. Oh, Cassius. Ouch.
So
Oh.
was the 147? Is that what
Yeah.
that is?
Yes.
It's 147 for you, 135 for Garrett, and was it 117 for Cassius?
No,
Why would it
Cassius
be?
got it
I
in.
thought I just got the +20.
Yeah, so
Oh,
Cassius...
you added the plus. Sorry, you were the only one who added the plus 20. Sorry, Cassius.
Remember, you can reroll, so I will read you out what it says, and if you choose to reroll, you can. Cassius, panic grips the character. He must flee the source of his fear if he is able as fast as he can, and if prevented from doing so, can only take half actions at the -20 to all tests. Once away from the danger, he must successfully snap out of it to regain control. Choose to reroll if you want. You're just effectively fleeing for now until you can snap out of it.
Okay.
Branda, 97.
147 if you count the.
147. The character crumples to the ground for 1d5 plus 1 rounds and begins sobbing, babbling, and tearing at his own flesh, and can do nothing else. Even after he returns to his senses, he is a complete mess and suffers a -20 on all tests until the end of the encounter.
Okay. Sure, yeah.
Do you have any fate left?
Why
Five.
did you kill my family?
Okay, 2 rounds.
D5 is 1, so it's only 2 rounds that I'm
Yeah.
a
But you're
mess.
-20 on all
And then I'm
tests.
just a normal mess for the rest of it.
Mm-hmm. And then we get to Garrett. What's Garrett on with the bonus?
135. 135.
The character laughs hysterically and randomly attacks anything near him in a manic frenzy, firing wildly or attacking with whatever he has at hand. The effect lasts until the character snaps out of it, or until he's knocked unconscious. So you attack manically. Sadly, you can't attack with your basic weapon. So what you do, instead of dropping the basic weapon, is you will use it as a club.
I'm going to club a Gene Stealer with a melt-a-gun.
Didn't it say randomly though? Doesn't he have to Can't he shoot out of combat? Or actually, that's a question. Someone wouldn't be able to. You can't use a basic weapon at all when you're in combat, can you?
I'd say you'd be able to use it firing out of combat, but it'd be a penalty, personally. But since you're attacking in a manic frenzy and your immediacy is always combat, I would say it would be the Gene Stealer anyway. So yeah, feel free to make a weapon skill attack.
Oh my god.
If you have Jaded, it says that Xenos abominations shouldn't affect you.
Really? Jaded now says that?
That's what it says in chat. It says they got the direct thing from the book. Mundane events from Death's horrific visage to Xenos abominations do not force you to gain insanity points or make fear tests.
Oh, in which case Enoch doesn't make a fear test, which he passed. It used to be definitely old Jaded in DH1. Jaded was just a mundane fear, but if it's Xenos as well, then Enoch passes, but Enoch passes anyway. No one else is Jaded, as far as I'm correct. No. Okay. So...
I miss.
Garrett swings wildly with melt-a-gun. Completely misses.
I thought I was laughing maniacally.
Yeah, laughing maniacally as well. It's brilliant. Your spit going everywhere. The Gene Stealer is also doing similar, which is weird.
Bring it on, you bastard!
Oh dear. Combat servitors. I believe all the combat servitors are dead. Is there any left?
Yes, they're all dead.
Okay, combat servitors, you are off the initiative. That brings us to Cassius.
So do I have to sprint, or do I just move like that, basically?
I'd say, because you can't really run away from your fear in this room, I'd say you'd run to the nearest place to hide. So you could run behind the pillar nearby, and then you could make a snap out of it check there at the beginning of the next turn. So you'd run into the corner and huddle in the corner.
Okay.
Utility servitor. Clank, 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 clank. Couldn't see you there, so wasn't anticipating this, because it didn't see you move there. So it didn't start its action as a charge, it started as a move, so it's just going to move into combat with you. So it's going to make a normal move. Other utility servitors, I believe they're all dead. Yep, that's the only one remaining.
Yeah.
Branda! You saw
So I collapsed to the ground, clutching at my face, going, "No, not again."
Oh, that void
Where we
shield,
go
by
back?
the way, that void shield was held action. It goes off as soon as the utility servitor passes through it. So that void shield goes, phoop, utility servitor goes through, phoop, back on.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, Binus is basically playing the crowd control job in this fight. Enoch.
Okay, seeing Cassius literally just flee as Garrett just starts maniacally laughing and flailing his fist.
You also hear sobbing from a nearby pillar.
Hearing the enormous, racking sobs of
This is going
Branda.
well. This is going great.
Enoch. Now you said is this lowered down? You said that these are basically lowered until they're lifted. Right?
Yeah. So that one there, is still lowered. I don't think anything's come up there. So that one's actually still down.
And how low are they?
You could probably just have your head and your shoulders just over the parapet. You'd have to scramble to get up, but you could also hide completely down there.
All right. Okay, so well, there's nothing I can do on this turn, but for the next turn, are there things that I can do to try and shake someone out of a panic?
You can make a command check.
What does that run? Oh, it's commands. Okay, fair enough. Right. Well, then I immediately run more or less straight up to Brander. I just kind of stand over him, shaking his shoulders. What are you doing, man? Xenos aren't dangerous. Just trying to lift him up from his crouched, racking sobs, blood kind of gushing out of his cheeks where he's been scratching himself.
Okay.
Can you actually help somebody who's panicked like that?
Yeah, if
Yeah,
you
with
make
a command check.
they can make a snap out of it roll.
Gotcha.
The rest, that's just fluff.
Yeah.
He's shouting that he's going there because I can't do anything because it's full turn to run.
Binus is going to... Honestly, now he feels a bit more secure. Now you're kind of CC'd like that. He is going to move forwards a full run in the air, which is just a full glide.
I need to hear the hover noises. You need a piece of tin foil. You can blow over it. Makes the best sounds.
I don't have one. Tech priests are going to hold their actions, predictably. Binus's experiment. Now we get to the fun part. Garrett, you ready for this?
Oh, baby. Yes! Yes!
Okay. He is going to use...
This will be the biggest twist. Just like, lol, if it hits you and then its arm falls off because it wasn't properly attached. And that was the whole thing.
Swift attack
Oh, no.
with one rending claw,
No.
which misses. As it does that quickly, the robe falls away, and you can see the extensive augments, the fact that most of its head, the back of it, has been plugged in with other things, pumping like fluids into it, cables attached, bulky mechanical device strapped to the back of its chest. Sorry, to its back. It's going to then swift attack with the other rending claw.
Is this the damaged one?
Yes, but it doesn't do it. It misses as well. The other rending claw. Sing, sing. Garrett, it was predicting you to be someone different. Obviously, the programs inside it have been running and based off of you doing something completely different to what you're doing now. And apparently, your maniacal laughter, your sheer attack with a clubbed melter gun,
Or
has thrown it.
maniacal laughter.
However, it does have 4 arms, and the other arms fold outwards from down below. The vestigial arms, you see, while they were much smaller and not so dangerous in an original Gene Stealer, these have now got small chain blades strapped to the inside of the palm, and one of them lashes out at you.
He said what Scissorhands did. Oh, no.
That'd be a standard
What could
attack.
possibly go wrong?
And that is a miss as well. As it goes to lunge at you, but you, instead of backing away instinctively like most people do, you close the distance. And it hesitates for a fraction of a second. It's just confused, and you get inside its grip, and it just doesn't hit you. It just goes straight past. Ting! Off the side of your armor.
Oh, we're dancing, Mr. Gene Stealer. Yeah! Woo!
That brings us to Garrett. Make a snap out of it roll.
Oh, how do you do that?
It would be a willpower check.
Okay.
You raised that. You raised that.
Question. Because this is a fear willpower thing, right? Would my resistance to fear apply now, or is that only to the first roll?
I will say, yeah. I will say it counts for now.
Sweet. Hey, success!
And Garrett, with that, you suddenly realize, holy fuck, what am I doing? This is a Gene Stealer, and it's like 6 inches away from you, its face now, because you closed the distance.
Ah!
Make another fear check.
Every time you snap out of fear, roll for fear.
It's like a Marushka doll. There's like an extra Gene Stealer inside the mouth, and then the Gene Stealer inside that, and you have to roll fear for each one.
Oh, is this like Alien, how the little face pops out?
It does have one of those. It hasn't. I can't remember what it's
does.
called. But yeah, that's how it implants like the genes inside someone to make them turn into a Gene Stealer. But yeah, you are now
That's pretty
right
close.
up with it. What are you doing?
Okay, so this was free action.
Is the snap out of fear roll a free action, is it?
I think technically you should have made it at the end of its turn last time. So let me just double check.
Should I have made it at any point?
No, you make it after you start sobbing. I think. No, you just stop sobbing and you get up.
I've had my first turn of that
Yeah.
now, haven't I?
Yeah, Garrett. Yeah, so you
Next one is the
snap
last
out of
one.
it. What are you doing?
Drop Melt-A-Gun.
Okay.
Equip. Chain Axe. Free action.
Okay.
Heals a quick draw. And I'm going to take a swing at this fucker.
Okay. Take a fucking swing.
I'm going to miss so badly. Half aim, right? So plus 10.
You can't half aim because you half action to... No, you can actually. Yeah, sorry,
It's quick draw.
Yeah. That is a hit.
Be nice to me, dice. Yes! We hit the Chain Stealer!
Except it's going to dodge.
No! Don't dodge! You mean bastard?
That's what you would do.
It fails to dodge massively with a 96. It's surprised and skids on the ground around you. It just does not expect this. You bring the chain axe up. Roll damage.
God.
That's a chest as well.
So how does it... I haven't rolled a melee weapon in so long. How does this work when it says tearing? Does it mean you roll twice and you take the higher number?
So for damage, that would be 2d10 KH1, which is 2 dice, keep the highest. And then plus the bonuses, etc.
Okay, 14 pen 2.
Okay, this is going to get interesting. So it takes 6 points of damage. I need my book.
That was the body as well.
Oh, good call, yeah.
Rending critical effects body. Okay. You tear into the Gene Stealer, and the metal plates that are fused with the carapace split open under the sheer, unrelenting force of your assault. And fluids start to spill out. The sheer force knocking it to the ground as its failed dodge kind of leaves it open to be forced between the deck and you. And it fails its toughness check, and is stunned for 1 round.
Yes!
Very nice.
I haven't rolled a melee weapon since I think the first episode.
It was a long time ago.
Cassius, I believe now you're out of sight. You can make a snap out of it roll.
Okay.
Yes, you snap out of it. I have to check if that's at the beginning or end of your turn.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
just at
utility
the beginning
servitor
of-
comes over. He's like, "Are you all right, sir? Can I help you?"
Wasn't it just at the beginning of Shen's turn, though?
It should have been at the end of Shenston, I think, but I'll double check. Snapping out of it. Yeah, no, you act normally this turn, so feel free. You have a utility servitor right in your face right now.
Okay. I draw
And
my
is-
sword and I take an attack.
Okay.
What if it's trying to serve you tea?
He's not trying to serve me tea. He's trying to hurt my face. Is drawing my... No, my sword is on my combat harness. That's a free
Yeah.
action, so I get the sword and then I go all-out attack.
You draw the sword of your ancestors, and you all-out attack.
Where did the roll go? I told it to roll. Now I think it's going to double roll or something.
Give it a minute.
Okay. Well,
Is
it
it
doesn't seem to have
lagged out?
rolled, so roll again. If it double rolls, we'll discount the first one.
Okay.
Can't believe how lucky that turn was.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
Gene
I
Stealer's
think
not
my,
prone. Oh, you,
my
you
roll
need to
20
reload.
is... Yeah, let me reload real fast. My roll 20 is just like, nah, not today.
Yeah, I'm able to
You-
roll just fine.
You thought you were going to play today.
Damn, Garrett.
What?
You critical.
Dodging.
Yeah.
Dodging all 3 attacks? Well, not dodging. He missed all 3 attacks.
And then it failed its toughness
That's just
check, it
luck.
failed its dodge, and you managed to hit.
It's luck, baby.
Oh, we've got Cassius
There we
back,
go.
right.
Yeah, I had to click one of my macros. It's not rolling. Like, I'm not sure what's going on.
And maybe close the character sheet and reopen the character sheet itself.
Yeah, it's like flat out not letting me use any of the clickable buttons on the character sheet.
Might be sometimes the character sheet's jammed.
I wonder if the character sheet can lose connection separately from the main window.
I don't know, but it's not letting me do anything.
Okay,
I'll
roll.
close the browser
roll,
real fast.
You can just roll a d100. You know what your weapon skill is and stuff.
Yeah.
And you get plus 30 for an all-out attack.
So what's your target for the weapon skill?
It's 80. I'm sorry, 70. Well, shit. All right.
There you go. 39 on target 70.
That is a definite
So
hit
that's
in the
5
leg.
degrees. Is that 4 or 5?
4.
Okay.
70, 60, 50, 40. 50, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30. No, 5 degree success.
Oh, I forgot an extra 10 bonus for the sword being balanced.
That's for parrying.
Well, no, I've got plus 10 to attack on here too because it's a great sword. It's of great quality.
Oh, okay, yeah, in which case, yeah, you've got 6 degrees success.
Okay.
It's a lot.
So rolling damage. I rolled a 7, so that's going to be 14 pen 2.
Okay, and with that, you jam your sword into its leg joint and lever it, and it pops off. The servitor collapses to the ground and is very dead.
Cool.
That is not how you get served tea.
Nope, I'm never going to get tea.
Your servitors are all gone. Branda, you finished sobbing?
In this turn it finishes, so I think for this turn it's still happening.
You still sob, but you dry your eyes a little bit, and you just about get back your resolve. Just.
He forgot to turn off his microbead though. We're just hearing him sniffle and sob.
Yeah. Enoch.
Mommy, Dad.
Now it's
Okay.
rolling. I don't know what's going
Now
on.
that it looks like Brander is pulling himself to his senses and he's starting to seem a little bit more focused, I turn my attention to the Gene Stealer that Garrett just basically knocked on its backside, and I charge it.
Okay.
So there we go.
I assume you're making your charge attack with the power hammer.
Yep,
Thunder
the Thunder Hammer.
It does have Combat Master, so you don't get a bonus for ganging up. But you will still get
Okay.
plus 20 for a charge.
Holy shit, that's a 009.
Very high level of success.
It's going to make a dodge.
6 degrees.
No, it's
Wait, I thought you
stunned.
said
It
it was
can't make
stunned
a
for
it
one
can't make a
turn.
dodge.
It can't dodge.
It can't dodge. Roll me some
He's dead.
damage.
He's so dead.
I don't even really need you to roll me some damage, but let's do it because lol.
17 pen 10.
And you rolled a 1, which you can replace with your 6, so in fact that's 22 pen 10. Yeah, so that does
I basically just
18 points.
charged
It
in
was at
with
-2, and that brings it down to -20. Enoch, drop the hammer literally on its
Quite
leg.
literally, yeah. I'm running in.
Don't drop the hammer. You need to actually hold on
I'll
to
place
it.
it down very carefully as I come to almost a skidding halt. My foot turned to the side, just like slamming into the side into one of like the platings as I let the momentum of my run just carry through as an overhand swing, and I just bring it straight down on top of its head or wherever I hit it, which was at a 0-9. Actually, its left leg.
Yep.
Yeah.
So with that,
Wait, don't Gene Stealers have like 15 legs though? Like which leg?
No,
No,
only
only
2
2
legs. Yeah.
Really?
They're sectopods, yeah. They've got 6 limbs.
So, as it sort of is stunned and groggily shifts aside, vaguely wherever you come behind it, it doesn't move fast enough, and you overhanded. It moves a little bit, but not enough. You come straight down its hip joint, and because of the nature of its leg, you go straight through into the hamstring of the leg and down into the knee. The thunderous blast of the hammer blows most of the Gene Stealer to the side. Plates, bits of metal coming off it, showering around, bits of ichor. It is completely and monstrously decimated.
Did you just splatter me in goo?
Garrett, you are splattered in goo. Very goo.
Splat. We're goo bros.
Eskimo Goo Brothers.
I'm gonna go back to screaming. It was better.
I have to kill you and burn you now. You're covered in Xeno goo.
I know.
I know. That's the
Heretic.
problem. I'm gonna burn all these clothes. I'm gonna burn
I
all
can
still got my
spontaneously
exterminator.
combust it.
And with that, Magnus Binus is not particularly pleased. You hear... You fools! You have destroyed something which we could use for the betterment of the Imperium. Imagine an army of those troops being able to destroy our enemies. I tire of your games.
Reda collapses in
breaking.
fear again at the idea of that.
No, he's tired of our games.
That was a lot of work you just killed. So that's not Binus, that's Binus' experiment, which is very dead.
I
So
just
actually
want to point out that, unless I'm really miscalculating, other than the fact that it may become hysterical. Well, if we discount the fact that Brander basically clawed at his own face as damage, Gene Stealer did 0 damage in that entire fight.
Mm-hmm. I'm very sad.
The most terrifying thing.
It's because the only options were 0 or infinity. He would have either never hurt anyone or he would have annihilated whoever he fought.
And with that, from nearby, off to your right, Enoch, in the air, there is a slight crackle of lightning energy, and suddenly a beam of very concentrated lightning, not like the sort of arcs that Cassius gives off when he smites someone, but a very sort of focused beam of it, just a straight line. Bounces off the ground nearby, setting sparks up and ionizing the air. You get the very sort of strong tang of ozone. Heretic tech
What?
freeze.
You smell that?
Can't do anything. Binus experiment. Dead. Garrett.
Drop chain axe. Pick up from the ground. I assume picking up is like a half action.
Yeah.
Pick up my long las, and I'm gonna take a shot without aiming at Binus.
Okay.
So short range plus 10,
Mm-hmm.
single shot plus 10, accurate plus 10. That's
Accurate
all the
plus 10
bonuses.
only counts if you get an aim.
Oh, you're
So-
right. You're right. Absolutely right. So plus 20 overall. And then what is his minus for being a floaty guy?
Because his floaty guy bonuses, there's no bonuses. He's not floating enough to really do that. He's just able to get high.
You've played XCOM, right? Floaters get
Yeah.
a 25 defense bonus because
I
they're
know,
floaters.
I wish he did.
Okay.
He was really hoping that Gene Stealer would keep you busy for a little bit longer. He's kind of opened himself up now.
I can't believe he spent so much time on such a trashy creature.
All right. 2 degrees success.
Man, that creature's meant to be decent. He's going to try and dodge. And with a
He
0-7,
dodges.
you quickly pull up that long rifle, but he was watching in your direction, and with a... He shifts a meter to the side, and... The crack sends the bolt wide. We are now down
Oh.
to Cassius.
Oh, you know
Yeah.
what I completely forgot to mention?
Mhm.
I have inescapable attack, which means it lowers his ability to dodge by 10 times my degree success. So that would lower his threshold by 20 for his dodge.
He still rolls 3 degrees success on
Still
dodge.
roll.
I know. I'm just
so-
saying that. I forgot to
okay,
mention
okay.
that. Sorry.
But close. That brings us to Cassius.
I step to this corner. Is that guy still around the corner with the heavy stubber?
Yes.
But he can't shoot me because the shield's up, right?
The shield is up, yeah.
Huh.
He looks at you angrily.
Ah! We both just taunt each other through the laser gate. Darth Maul
Surely
style,
doesn't
tapping it with our
your,
lightsabers.
Doesn't your combustion originate at the point of the target rather than moving out from you?
Void shields do have an impact on the warp. I would say that it would block any line of sight spells like that. Just because they are treated like attacks.
Throw Carolinus.
I'm just gonna shoot the little thingy that's over here then with force lightning, I guess.
Okay.
Actually, I'll spontaneously combust it because that's fucking easier. It's just simpler.
I would say the nature of force lightning would do more damage if you hit. Just FYI.
Like, it shouldn't matter. Damage is damage, right? Unless it has, like, some resistance or something.
But it's lightning, and to an extent, I will say that was more likely to damage a void shield, especially with delicate electronic components.
Okay. We'll cast it at... Nobody's around, so sorcery. We'll cast it at... Psi rating... I probably don't need that much damage. Actually, no sorcery. We'll go 4, and I'll just cast it at Psi rating 1. That should be good enough.
Okay.
So that'll give me a plus 40.
There would be a minus 20 for its size, but you get an additional degree of success because of the psychic eminence around here, the fact that there's just so much warp power pushing through. So that's minus 2 degrees of success plus 1. You get a flat hit, no additional degrees of success. That is a hit. Roll damage. And 12 pen 4 is enough. You hit the emitter just. Slight small bolt crackling off to the side through the emitter. The shield shuts down.
Okay. That's pretty much it for me. I guess I will
And
take cover
that
with
triggers
half action.
the held action.
Thank you. Pew, 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 pew.
So does my cover go off first, or does he shoot first?
You still have cover. So he hits you in the 3 degrees of success, so 23, right arm. You are left arm out. So your right arm's behind cover, right arm, torso. So I would say your torso is... I'd say your torso is still covered, because you aren't really that far out. You're looking at the emitter. So you're probably fine. All those impacts, unless they do a lot of damage, are going to get caught by the pillar. I'd say that the arm ones definitely do, because the pillar's thickness is just too much.
I'll go sorcery for boding at psi rating 1.
Are you sure you want to do that? You can.
Yeah, I
Okay.
mean, the bolt went off for like 17.4 on Enoch, so I'm a little bit concerned about.
I mean,
if he had, like, a
you will still have cover against
16.4,
this.
like
It will be like 6
16.6
points
or
of
something
cover
like that.
against your torso.
I mean,
So
I don't think there's any reason like not to dodge.
you can create perils. It's just the only problem. It's up to you.
Okay, so I won't
Come
go
on,
sorcery
Barrels.
then. It'll be rank 4, but I'll cast it at 1, which gives me a plus 40.
Okay.
Come on, barrels.
So yeah, you dodge 2 hits. So the one hits you in the arm, still hits you in the arm, but the problem is it's just intervening by so much cover. The round is stopped by the pillar. You did roll a 57, if I'm reading this correctly. So there's no 6s in there. It's not a double. You don't perils. You're cool.
No perils.
You see this happening
Shield
just
for the
beforehand.
extra hit. Did any of the shots penetrate actually? Otherwise,
no,
that
that
doesn't
shot,
count, I guess.
it's going through like a 2-meter pillar, that one to hit your arm. Technically, it is a
Okay.
hit, but the cover is so thick, it won't even hit your shield. You don't need to worry about your shield.
Okay.
Branda.
Weirdly, my shield has worked every single time I've used it so far.
And
Like,
not
weirdly
overloaded.
enough.
It's impressive.
Right, so do I now have negative 20 on all rolls for the remainder of the combat?
Yes.
You
I
did
would
roll
say,
your
I would
eyes
say
out.
actually that your hatred of the Gene Stealer, seeing the Gene Stealer complete and utterly defeated in front of you like that, I'd say minus 10. I'll be kind as a GM. I'll say you're only at minus 10.
Okay.
You were clawing your eyes out though.
Can I see Binus where I am?
There's a box in the way.
Yes,
He's
actually,
floating,
he's gone up
so-
high enough that you can just about see him.
Really?
Yeah,
I thought you said it was up like 8 meters.
he's gone up since then. He's now up about 14.
Right.
Damn.
So encouraged by the absolute murdering of the Gene Stealer in front of me, I go, "You're next, Binus," and I take some shots with the pistols at him.
Okay, semi-auto,
And
single action.
this will be aim semi-auto with both. I'm angry.
Okay, so that's a plus 10, minus 10 because of your thing.
This is probably gonna miss.
So yeah, that's basically like a flat roll.
I bet you
Nice.
anything, Binus is gonna do like a superhero punch. He's just gonna fall down like the Incredible Hulk and be like, boom, shockwave. Everybody flies everywhere.
Unfortunately, that is a
I
miss.
fail massively.
The shot's going wide as he hovers towards you.
Oh, and the plasma. What happens if I use the maximal setting on the final 2 shots of the gun before it runs out of ammo?
Then they fire, and it just goes on recharge. But let me just double check maximal for you.
Will I need to recharge and reload it before it can
Yes.
restart?
Let me just double check
takes
maximal for you.
an action and a half, even though I've got double speed reloading, so I may
It
just
adds 10
forget
meters
it.
to its range, 1d10 to damage, plus 2 to penetration. It uses 3 times the normal amount of ammunition. No, you don't have enough ammunition to do it.
Yeah, I've only got 2 shots left. Okay, normal shot with it then.
And this is semi-auto?
Yep.
Okay.
Off aim. Standard range. Semi-auto. And then negative 20 overall, because I've also got the using 2 guns thing. Oh, that's a critical fail. No, it isn't. It's a critical success.
That was a
That's a
natural
natty
one.
Heresy.
Yeah.
It's the second natty one today.
Man, okay. That is 2 hits with a plasma. He can't dodge this. He's used up his dodge already this turn. Feel free to roll me some damage. That'll be in the head, followed by the head again.
12 pen 6 and 15 pen 6. Can I swap the 12 out? No, that's the same if I think.
Yes, because
Yep,
you've got
same.
only 4, yeah.
It's such a good roll.
So, that reduces him to taking 4 points of damage and 7 points of damage. He takes 11 points of damage in total as the plasma straight into the side of his face, burning off little bits of what appears to be flesh, but now is shown to in fact be some sort of synthetic. You see metal gleaming underneath, one eye, baleful red, looking out over you. The other shot hits him in the lower jaw, ripping off most of down there. Some of his teeth are burned out as well, and you can see that his jaw is also metal. There seems to be very little left of his original flesh shape underneath.
Gross.
That brings us to Enoch.
Okay. Well, in this turn, I am going to run all the way down here and crouch behind this.
Okay, do you have enough run to get around that pit, or are you jumping over it? And are you jumping over, like, the equipment nearby and stuff, or can you...
That is how far? Actually, let me zoom in. Sorry. I have it zoomed quite far out in order to be able to see everything that's going on. Right,
Yeah, I kind of think they should
here.
scale the tooltips to the viewport.
Yeah. 8 to there, 9 to there. So I could go 2 meters, 7 meters. Takes me up to 13. And that is up to 22, which is still within my 24 run distance. So yeah, I can just move around everything as I go.
Okay. That does mean that you don't have line of sight. Ooh, do you have line of sight there?
Which one?
Yes.
He
the one at
already
the top.
shot at Cassius.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he did. Yeah, so he doesn't
That's
have
why I made the run.
You're good. Okay. That brings us down to Magnus Binus, who is pissed, and who is going to spend his entire move.
Rebuilding his jaw.
No, he's going to fly
Running away.
back.
Run away!
Well, like, he can't talk shit anymore, so that's basically ended. I mean...
No, his jaw is metal. The teeth came out, but he can still talk shit.
He runs
He's got
straight... Well, he flies straight backwards, heading towards his original position near the console. Heretic Tech Priests, none of whom can see anyone. Garrett.
I can't see Binus, can I?
You can. He is still high enough.
Oh boy. Aim and shoot, baby.
Okay, this is another normal shot. Aiming
Yes.
and shooting. Plus 10. I think you're at normal range, aren't you now? Oh, no, he's still probably close.
What's the range? Just really quick while I'm putting in numbers here.
Probably going to be about 60 something, so you'll be half range, so you're good. So close, aimed, aim again for accurate, so you get a total of like plus 30 on this roll.
Come on, baby.
And that is a hit.
Oh, yeah.
2 degrees success. Doesn't give you any extra damage, but it is a hit. In the 16, so that is the arm.
12 pen 1.
It hits. You see the impact against his arm, but it seems to have no noticeable effect.
Bastard's tough.
Cassius.
I don't like the fact that this guy just fucked up my favorite wall, so I'm gonna set him on fire.
Okay, go for it.
Question, EE. Does Vinus have unnatural toughness?
No, he does not.
Okay.
Because the rifle has felling, yes.
Right, that's why I'm asking.
The Gene Stealer did. Gene Stealer died, so...
Didn't matter.
No. Gene Stealer really dead.
We'll call this... we'll go for the big hit. We'll try a psi rating 4.
Sadly, no.
Fate.
Fate? Okay.
Actually, no, it's not worth it. Never mind.
Okay. So you don't fate. There is no perils there or anything. You're good. That brings to Brander.
Okay, so
Actually, though, that does trigger the held action of the heretic up there again. He's going to take a shot at you. And I just closed his tab because I'm an idiot. To hit, he's going to... Actually, he did aim, because you are still pointing out of cover just. That is short range.
When did he aim?
He aimed during it. In theory, he should have attacked during his turn, but I forgot that he could see Cassius, so... He still misses horrifically.
That was terrible.
Yeah. Brenda.
Too pretty to hit, man. Too pretty to hit.
So, with the way the plasma pistol works, reloading it's supposed to take 3 full actions, but it's down to 1.5 because of my rapid reload thing.
It is down to 2.5. It reduces it by a half action, I believe.
Half action less, yes.
I thought it was half reload
Nope.
time.
I will
Half
double
action
check. I'm
less.
pretty sure it's a half action less.
It's half action. That's what it
That's
says
what it
on the
is.
talent.
It
I
used
must
to
have
be.
misread it when I
Yeah.
originally put it in.
In DH1, it used
So
to be
that's-
halved, but it's not anymore.
That's gonna take 2.5 actions to reload this thing?
Just
Anyway,
pull out
my
another gun.
question was gonna be, can I split that up and just do like a half action per turn?
I would say they'd have to be back to back, just because the nature of reloading. You can't exactly go, I'll put the clip half in and do something else, and then put the clip half more in and do something else, and put the...
Well, imagine that it takes so long because it's a process of like, okay, you pull this thing and it starts venting stuff out,
They have to be back to
and you
back.
can eject the clip, and then you can put the other one in. And yeah, okay.
Don't make him think too much, or he might rule that. Well, you're gonna have to have both hands to reload, of course, because duh.
No! He
Make an
halves the
intelligence
reload
check to
times.
figure out the complicated...
It takes 1.5
Really?
actions.
Okay.
Really?
Wow, that is written wrong on the talent cheat sheet then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's
the
interesting.
one I copied it from says takes half an action less.
It's probably because most things take a full action to reload. Okay,
Yeah.
so I will then say, "Oh no, you don't," and fire a shot with the bolt pistol at Binus as he runs off. It's going to be a single shot because I don't trust myself to actually hit with this.
Okay. So that is a single shot plus 10. You're aiming?
No, I'll use the rest of my action to start the
Okay, so you're starting the process of reloading.
process.
So that's a plus 10 for the single shot.
Yeah, it's 10 for that, and then it's going to be minus 20 total for the. Oh no, I'm only firing the one gun, so it's just minus 10.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So you're basically a flat ballistic skill roll, which is a hit. Roll me some damage. Actually,
Nice
no, he's
hit.
gonna make a dodge roll. Actually, he's facing away from you. He can't make a dodge roll. Yeah, you hit. 91. That's a
Have you
leg.
already like dodged this turn anyway?
No, he spent his move running away. I don't think he has.
No one's attacked him yet.
15 pen 4.
Ooh.
So that does do damage. The shot
Did he
penetrates. He's facing away. I would say he can't dodge because he can't see the origin of the attack. That shot does penetrate, going into his leg, and you can see that his repulsor on the that leg. That brings him into critical damage. That is a -2 to the leg location.
Not
Fall
the leg
damage,
location.
fall damage, fall damage.
He'd be so dead from fall damage.
He would be. It would be quite funny.
Oh, he's really high up.
explosive.
What if he falls in the lava? That'd be perfect. He's got
And then he just does the
momentum.
Terminator thing. Just an arm going down in.
And then he comes back up as some hybrid demon beast.
Oh, you're
He's
gonna love
stunned.
this.
Yes!
The force explosion takes the target's feet out from under him. He is not prone and cannot use any movement action except for the half move action for 1d5 rounds. If you're not prone while flying or hovering, which involves repulses on your leg, you take 4 damage. He's 14 meters up.
fantastic.
How much is fall damage? Anyone know where fall damage is in the book? I'm going to quickly look it up.
Oh,
Anyone
God.
got PDF in front of them?
It's like Brander only fell like down a staircase and took like 50 damage.
Oh yeah,
so
fall
it's
damage
brutal.
in DH is brutal.
I will commence searching.
That's crazy.
That's such a great way to kill like a final boss.
That's
Oh, no,
basically,
is it
basically
maglev coils
prodding
he's
the
using?
last. Sorry, what?
Is it maglev coils he's using?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I found the entry for that. You know, apparently maglev coils only give you 20 to 30 centimeters of lift.
That's an advanced version. Gives
Okay.
you a bit more. And he is not using baseline Mechanicus implants, I'll be completely honest. Anyone actually in chat know where fall damage is? I'm sure chat knows. I'm looking under F for fall and it's not there.
It does reduce fall damage by like slowing his fall.
Not the one
So
that he's
it
using.
reduces it. Oh, okay.
He is
Well, it
specifically
reduces
using
it
ones
to a
that allow him
maximum
get-
anyway, so...
He's
Just
using
let
ones that
him
allow him
kill
to
the
get a lot
character
more
if he wants
dodge. He's using ones that allow him to get a lot more dodge, a lot more movement. The downside is they don't count when you fall down.
There's nothing about the falling damage on the entry for that. Apart from that it reduces it, but not that much. Oh, I found injury. Injury falling.
Injury falling. Okay, what is it?
1d10 impact damage plus 1 additional damage per meter they
I
fell.
thought so. After 3 meters. He takes 1d10 plus 14. Brander, would you like me to roll that number? Would you like to roll that number for me? 1d10 plus 14.
Isn't it
Alright,
like
the-
with
the
no
D10
armor or
will
something
be-
like that too?
I think it still
4.
counts out. So that is 18. Does it have an AP? Does it say about armor or anything, Brander? Does it include armor?
It doesn't mention... Oh,
Yeah.
damage from a fall ignores armor. But not so bad.
Yeah!
Wow.
I knew it!
What? That's insane.
Okay,
Why is
I remember
falling
him-
so ridiculous?
I remember that because he did it to Brander, and I remember us being like, it ignores armor when Brander fell. I remember.
Wait.
I remember.
So next time we play Dark Heresy, the way we kill anything is we get someone really sneaky like Garrett, just run up behind the enemy, and then someone push them backwards across.
He
Garrett.
takes
So they'll
9
fall
points
die.
of damage. Which he's already at minus, what was it, minus 4?
-2.
Minus 2. That takes him to minus 11, and 4 damages to the torso. He is going to try and make an acrobatics roll.
It's
so-
like that scene from The Departed where the guy just goes right in front of him.
He's going to use fate to re-roll.
Oh my goodness.
He fails
Yes!
an acrobatics roll. He takes minus 11. Brander, is there any way you particularly want to have this guy die impressively?
Into the
How
lava.
much is the lava stuff like lava? Would it incinerate him and melt him into nothing?
How would you
It's
get
not really
to the
like lava, but it is hot, it is messy, and he is going forward. So while he falls, he might arc forwards. That is perfectly legit. If you want that to happen, that can happen.
I want him to just burn in the lava.
But his
Okay.
Can we
ear!
have-
Oh,
his
actually,
ear!
there's a point. Maybe he should just crumple into the ground.
Can we have his arm as he's falling into lava? Can we have his arm be like the Terminator as it just slowly goes down, flips you off maybe?
We should work out where he takes the damage to. Apparently, it's determined randomly, so I guess it's the D100.
I'll be honest,
'Cause
he's
he
got
said-
he's got the most armor on his body because he's got armor monger and he has his intelligence bonus to armor. He put it all on body because body's a large location. He still
He lands
dies.
on his right leg.
No, 47. 47 is body.
Well, I was doing it as, like in the normal
Brander,
order of
I
the
assume you were
D100
rolling
because-
a straight location rather than flipping it because it's not a hit
Gotcha.
roll. Would you like that to be the lava?
No, he can
Save
just
the
be,
loot.
like directly below him. He can are they stairs there? He can smash into those.
Okay, so as you shoot him in one leg, the repulsor flickers. He still manages to just hover on a few more meters before... And he arcs forwards. There's a silence for about a good second or two as he just... and then with a sickening crack of bone, a sort of weird fleshy splat sound of flesh just bursting, and a heavy clank of metal hitting metal deck, he impacts the ground and spreads himself over the stairs. As 14 meters, when you weigh quite that much, and that is a metal deck that is not forgiving, is very messy to the organic components that still remain. He is turned into a pile of bits, mechanical bits that fell off, being knocked off from the force, and flesh that they were once attached to, and the sheer force is just shredded and pulled apart.
I shout to the last tech priest, surrender, and you may have the Emperor's mercy.
Make a intimidation check. You can have plus 30.
A quick death, he means.
Oh, I'm gonna kill him once he surrenders.
Yeah, with 5 degrees success.
Okay.
They put down their guns and start walking towards you.
I instruct them all to line up and get down on their knees. And I start going through my pack as though I'm trying to find, like, bindings or something.
Okay, as you look like you're trying to go for bindings, they do hesitate, and they go down their knees in front of you.
There should be only, like, what, one left?
That's 2.
Or are there 2?
There's 2.
That's 2.
Where are we right now? Are we just in RP time?
We're in RP
Like
time.
the group is gathered?
Bear
Okay.
in mind that there is a countdown to a warp jump in the
I've
background.
started making my way to that console.
Yeah,
I'm also
Brander's the
reloading
warp
my
jump.
plasma pistol as I go.
And then I look at Garrett, and I say, handle him.
I get behind one of them and I grab him by his neck from the back.
Okay.
What do you have to say for yourself, scum, heretic?
I'm walking up as he does
scum?
this.
As I'm
I was
shaking
leaning
his
more
neck.
towards shooting him in the
as,
face.
as he's
but-
like talking to the guys like scum, I just walk up behind the one that he isn't grabbing by the neck. I literally just bring the thunderhammer down on his skull from behind.
It's a messy sight to be this close to. A thunderhammer brought down on someone's head from behind, and they're trapped between that and the deck. His arms hover in the air for the moment as his torso and head just are flattened, and then the arms to the ground. The one that
I
Garrett...
summon Ravon.
Okay, I'll get to that in a second then.
That.
Garrett.
I push him face down onto the.
We were just serving. Please, we need to complete the Omnissiah's blessings.
I
You don't
smack
know
him in
how
the
to
back of
shoot.
the head.
As I'm walking away, I turn
how
and
do-
say,
how
might
do
be
we
worth
stop-
keeping one for interrogation.
How do we stop the warp core? Right
Give
now.
me access to the console. I will disable it for you.
I pick him up
Scrutiny. Scrutiny.
I pick him up and drag him towards the console as
Make
you
scrutiny.
Oh yeah.
You think that you are intimidating him enough that he may do it. You're pretty certain he's on the level about trying to help you.
He just killed all his friends, including his best buddy Bob, who just got splattered like Gallagher does a watermelon.
Okay, that was kind of a wishy-washy answer, so I'm gonna mind read him.
Sure, go for mind read. But yeah, he does seem to be telling the truth. You can't be entirely certain, especially a tech priest with a lot of mechanical implants becomes harder to read, but you're pretty sure he's telling the truth. You can't be certain, though. There could be an element of he's going to do something else on the console, whatever, but he does want to shut down the warp core for you.
In
Okay.
before perils.
I know, right?
That is not Perils.
It's
That
not,
is
but it's not a
He's telling the truth. It's fine. Fine.
Yeah, I look and I say, as far as I can tell, he's telling the truth. If you want me to, we don't have a lot of time. I can mind read him if we had more.
But we don't. You're right. So let's
Warp
just get
jump
this
in
over
1
with.
minute.
Shut it
I go,
down.
Brander!
Where am I at the moment? Am I at the console
You're at the
yet?
console.
You're at the console. We're all at the console. I'm holding this heretic priest like right next to you, so he can show you what to do.
Oh, he's there as well. Okay, well, do I see anything on the console? Is there a big red button saying abort jump?
Let me interface with the device. I will shut it down for you.
All right, and I put my bolt pistol to his head.
Okay.
Yeah, I put my sword to the middle of his spine. Actually, I'm summoning Ravarn right now.
He fails for the first few seconds. He worries. He keeps typing. He keeps shuddering, even now with fear. He has one more chance to make this.
There you
And
go.
as it counts down, starts counting down 10, 9,
8, 7, 6, 5. Warp jump aborted.
Indeed.
I throw him to the ground, and I throw him to the ground, and I put my boot right under his chin, just holding him there.
Sure.
I looked at Brander. Is it done?
It seems so. I don't think we're going anywhere.
Brander, you can make a techies test with a +20 because you are aware of warp jump systems, etc., from being on a Navy craft.
While he does that, I nod and I go, all right, I'll get Ravarn here. And I start the process of warp gating him here.
Okay, so you need to make a focus power test. The bigger the focus power test, the more likely it is to get through the interference, to be seen further away. It's up to you how powerful you want to push this. It depends how far you think Ravarn is right now. By the way, I need all of you to make awareness checks. Orcus won't help on this. Brander, you get a +20 to this one. Brander, the warp jump has stopped. Cash, you can make one of those separately as well.
Success.
Brander,
Up the awareness.
you're focusing on the warp check right now for the warp jump. You're pretty sure that it's off. You miss this happening. Everyone else, you hear the dull in the background. It sounds like something impacting, something very large and loud impacting.
2 degrees of
It's very
success on my
strange.
Sinisia.
Okay.
I push my boot down on the Heretic priest. I go, what is that sound?
Someone is assaulting the void shields. It sounds like a bombardment.
Outside the ship?
From what I can tell.
I looked at Garrett and I go, it's Khan.
And then you hear a quieter, getting louder.
Can I do the focus power test? Or what did
You
the
may.
Sinisians reveal?
So the
with 2
Sinisians,
degrees?
you reach out, you can feel the energy from the warp jump is starting to abate slightly. Although it's abating in a weird way. It's not just disappearing into the background again, it's been funneled somewhere. This may be a feature of the Forge. You don't know how the Forge works particularly without more detailed explanation. But for now, you know that the warp core is going offline, but that power is being funneled somewhere.
Ooh.
It doesn't cause perils, though, but you lose control of that energy as you try and focus your power and spews everywhere. What siren are you
Can I
casting
just-
this focus power at?
Like, it's at 3.
3, okay.
Should I just keep trying, or like what
Yeah,
should
you
I
can
do?
keep trying, but remember, keep trying does risk more perils and stuff.
I
Okay,
tell
so
everyone
you
to stand
go.
back.
you get 3 degrees success because it's a bonus, but that does cause perils because it does include a 6. So feel free to roll me some psychic phenomena.
No.
Do I know that he's summoning Ravarn right now?
I think he
did
said he's
mention
going
it
to call
briefly.
Ravarn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
33.
I go, wait, you're summoning Ravarn? Oh no.
Let me see what a 33 is.
I look for a communications console. Some way of contacting a ship that is currently shooting at us.
You have the thing with you. The suitcase,
suitcase,
which has
yes.
one additional use. Garrett?
I run and grab it. And
I moved over to the.
I instruct Enoch to keep this guy under control while I run and grab the suitcase.
I
I bring
seem
it
like
back.
I'm about to move over towards the railings, looking down into the fire towards the north. But as
Enoch,
Gareth
as you
asked me.
is that towards the tech priest?
I was going to move towards the fire, but as Gareth says, watch him. I turn back and watch the priest.
I shift my power down by 1 point, and it makes all mirrors within the area shatter.
Okay, how large is the area?
Let's go 5. It's
Every bathroom is down.
looks like 29 meters.
Okay, so some of the screens nearby, some of the more delicate components, and some of the objects nearby but nothing important happens other than that. With that, Enoch, as you take a step towards that tech priest, the tech priest tries to back away from you and slips on some of the oil nearby and goes over the edge.
He wasn't standing. I had him on his back on the ground with my boot on his chest.
Yeah, but you backed away, didn't you?
Yeah, I told...
Yeah. And he tries to crawl backwards.
Oh, God.
And slips off the edge into the rolling fires below.
So I come back because I'm like right at the console, which he's next to.
You can check to try and grab him if you want, yeah.
What would that be?
I'd say it'd be an athletics check. Oh, what's athletics? It's athletics, yeah.
Don't fall in.
Damn it, why can't it be acrobatics? Or sleight of hand?
You can't palm a tech priest's body weight. No.
I fail.
No, he cannot.
And with that, the tech priest falls into the rolling fire below. You notice the sound of juddering, the sound of vibrating metal around you, the sound of what sounds like a monstrously large chain weapon of some kind is getting louder.
I would suggest we get back to the Sky Beast unless we want to see how this is going to play out. I look specifically at Garrett when I say this. It's time.
I nod, and taking the briefcase, I head out with Cassius. As fast as possible.
Did the summon for Ravon work at all? Or was it no effect?
You don't know. All you did is effectively create a very loud beacon of power, which someone can recognize who knows your psychic signature. Ravon may or may not be on his way.
Does it travel with me as I'm moving?
It's a one-time thing. I'm emanating the power? No, you'd have to... It's a location thing. You'd have to cast it again. He's like
in the middle of watching a movie or something, and he's like, "Oh fuck, not right now."
But as you get to the center of the room again, as you start leaving, out from the other end of the room bursts a cylindrical object. Brandy, you'd recognize it as a boarding torpedo.
Before you describe anything more, I was going to be saying, and I was just waiting for a moment, that I say, I'll be right with you. And I actually walk up to the edge where the guy fell off and peer down. I'm looking for wherever this forge is, the fire of the forge.
Okay.
I'm specifically looking to see what this thing is, because up to now, all we've really seen is this rolling fog of power.
Feel free to make me a awareness check. No rerolls because the auger can't really detect warp-born things.
Nice roll.
Enoch, you see shimmering shapes. And as you look in, you notice they occasionally seem humanoid. A humanoid face, in fact. One side slightly burned and pocked. Almost like a wing. Just a one wing on one side, almost. And then it sort of shimmers and disappears. You get the almost feeling that the forge is looking back at you. I also need you to roll 1d10.
Uh-oh.
Eight.
What's your willpower bonus?
My willpower bonus is 4.
You take 4 points of corruption.
Okay.
Do you have Forbidden Knowledge, Warp, or Heretic?
Demonology.
Yeah, make a Demonology roll. No. In fact, that was a 87. That's pretty bad. Yeah, you're not too sure, but the investigation does somewhat unsettle you. As the rest of you walk back towards the center of the room, a cylindrical object with chained blades across the front and a large cylindrical sort of cone-shaped front with serrated sections to it bursts through the wall and skids to a halt. Sparks coming off nearby as it slows down. The front hinges open, and you are met with the gilded, gold, power-armored form of Inquisitor Khan. Surrounding him are 4 of his henchmen, also clad in their gold armor, capes behind them, large halberds, and a selection of either crossbows or autoguns held at the ready. We got your message.
I'm here to tell you your fate. You have done well, Garrett. Currently, we're in the process of getting Ravan declared Extremis Hereticus. The council is debating it as we speak. The rest of you, you have a choice. You can either side with me, or you can be declared with him. I will see you punished for your deeds, as is fair. Enoch, Pittacus, Demon Spawn, you will be tested for corruption. Should you be corrupt, you will be put to the fires of cleansing fury. Otherwise, you may continue to serve the Emperor. Branda, Thrail, disgraced officer, your world will be put to the sword. You can help us, or you can deny us. Cassius, Caligo, Psycha, Heretic, you will be tried for your crimes and your corruption against the God Emperor.
I'm actually doing that right now. I'm just like, yeah, come on. Get along with it, you fucking scar-faced motherfucker.
What are your choices? Side with me, or side with the fallen Inquisitor, who will soon be a heretic to the Imperium and be hunted across the sector.
I raise a finger. I vote you get fessed off a cliff onto something sharp.
Anyone else?
Where are we all stood right now?
You're currently in the middle
Just
of
all
the
together
room,
in the middle
having
of the-
started moving back towards the entrance as a group.
Is there an escape route? Is there a way of just suddenly jumping away and not getting immediately murdered?
You can do that.
foliage.
Would initiate combat time, or you can respond to him in kind if you want. It's up to you.
I look over at Cassius a bit surprised and certain
He's
way
gonna kill
impressed.
me either way, man.
I look back at Khan and say, I fight for the Imperium.
Good. Then you can arrest
So,
your traitor brethren. Enoch, Pittacus, what say you, Demon Spawn?
I serve the Emperor. Always have.
And with that, as he begins to twitch a smile across the side of his face, behind you, where initially you were talking at the console, a weird purple light appears and begins to grow larger until it grows into the size of just larger than human oval. Darkness inside it. You see the glitter of stars. And then, rushing through it at a pace, is Inquisitor Ravan. Clothes blackened, mesh robes hold in places, smoke billowing around him, bolt pistols clenched in his hands. I need to make some psychic phenomena rolls.
Oh God.
In fact, Cassius, you got the table up in front of you.
Yeah.
Do you want
course
to make
he
rolls
does.
for me? Just roll a d100 and come back to the psychic phenomena table.
You're just trying to make it my fault.
I mean, I'll do it if you want me to. 46.
46. It's bloody tears, so its stone weeps blood, and so does wood.
Out of the portal, a little trickle of blood begins to coat the floor around it. Ravan looks over at you, sees Khan, and looks back to the portal as, through the portal, a familiar figure emerges. A dark-skinned officer of the Imperial Navy, or at least clad in the livery of the Imperial Navy, carrying a sword and a pistol, rolling forwards and immediately looking around. Charred features, slight raw skin from obvious burns of some kind. Make me another roll. A 6.
Nice.
A 6. The air.
Yeah, the air around the portal will get smelly. which no one can smell over where you are, so that's good.
Ravon ripped one.
Executive Officer Lasari of the Emerald Tigress looks over in your direction, sees a lot of you and sees Cassius, and then sees Khan. Have you been talking to that asshole?
Against my will. He's kind of a blowhard, you know. You let him open his mouth and he'll fill the whole room up with words.
Ravan starts striding forwards towards you, cautiously, pistols at the ready. What's he told you?
I turn back to the rest. Well, at the moment, he's trying to turn my friends against me, and it appears to be working. I look at the rest of my team and I say, gentlemen, it's time to pick a side.
And with that, I all out attack and try hit Garrett with my Thunderhammer.
And that is where we'll hold it for tonight. We will come back to this next
As
session.
I shout, I already have.
Yes. All of you may increase your fate by 1.
Is that current as well?
Yes, it will be.
Oh, sorry. You're saying we can regenerate fate by 1.
No, you can increase your fate threshold by 1.
Just like, no. We did say it might not be the finale because many things to be done.
Yeah. I mean, the combat
Think of
was
it this
long,
way,
but it was
we'd have to-
interesting, at least.
We'd have to compress this into like a really short amount of time and have no time to actually like close things up.
Yeah, I mean,
If
it
we
honestly
tried
depended
to
how
do
you
it
played
now.
that. If you had walked into the section and got in the trap, yes, there was going to be lethality involved, but it would have been a lot quicker because you'd be at close range. Since you played cautiously, it was clever, but it took a lot longer in the episode, so that's why we're now going to have an extra episode. But next episode, we'll see. Can Garrett survive his all-out attack Thunderhammer? What will happen?
No.
Ravan, Lasari,
Well, he's got a dodge.
Khan.
Got a good chance of it.
I'm not
True.
exactly sure who's on whose side right now. I'll be really honest.
And that is
I'm
fine.
a
You'll
little
find out when you get to their
confused.
initiative.
Enoch really just hates Garrett. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, that's it.
He's on
This is
Ravan's
revenge
side.
for the
Just
pew
doesn't like
noises.
Garrett. He's like, this is the perfect opportunity.
When they first met, Enoch refused to shake Garrett's hand, and from there it's just gone downhill. It's like they don't even share photos of their kids anymore. They're just like, fuck you.
I mean, to be honest, Enoch probably knows enough that if he's tested for corruption and he's got a mutant wing, yeah,
It's not good. It's
No.
not good.
he would fail the corruption test. Otherwise, until that mutation, he might have passed. He probably would have passed. Now, but damn, I'm gonna be interested next time. Like, I know where Garrett stands now. I know where Enoch stands now. Branda, I don't know. Cassius, well, we're pretty sure where Cassius
I stand
falls.
where I never had. Yeah, I stand where I never had a choice but to stand. I mean, I'm there. You know. He's like, yeah, well, Khan's been
Yeah.
trying to kill me since day one. So it's like, are you gonna side with the guy that's gonna kill you? I mean, come on.
I mean, it doesn't matter now. So, Garrett, would you like to say what you did last session?
Sure. So as we were coming into the ship here, as we flew into the shields and Brander was flying us like a badass, Garrett was completing a message that he had been setting up to send to Khan concerning specific acts that the team and that Rovarn had been doing along their journey, including details that Rovarn had revealed to them in their last little chat before they went off on this mission. Where Rovarn had specifically stated that he was doing wildly heretical things. I mean, you can't just tell your acolytes that and get away with it. It doesn't work. What are you going to do?
So, Khan was the one who was messaged first, which is why he showed up first and had an opportunity to use his boarding torpedo, etc.
Yeah, I was gonna ask when he brought that up and be like, who contacted you? But I, moved the story forward because it was near the end
You
of the
didn't
stream.
remember, but Garrett actually did it in the last episode. He did it in front of us, but effectively when no one was there to notice it.
Yeah. He snuck in the back of the Sky Beast before the end and sent his full message, which included every single heretical act that he has seen and he has completely and utterly documented. Which is why Khan is currently petitioning for an extremis hereticus declaration on Ravan and his associates. Of course, there is the lag of getting a response back from people, so you don't know if that's in place yet or not. This is going to be fun. We are going to end the session there. I'm looking forward to the after show tonight. Do feel free to go check out Patreon,
chat
etc.
raises. Chat raises a pretty solid point. We could finish this on Wednesday instead of D&D. I mean, I'd be fine with it. They raise an interesting. Like, I want it to be done, and I want it to be resolved.
Some people aren't free on Wednesdays, though.
Yeah, some people aren't free on Wednesdays. It's Sundays are good to keep for the people who can see Sundays. I know a lot of people have issues with Wednesdays, especially people in the US.
So you hate all the people who can only make Wednesday shows. I see how it is, EE. I see how it is.
That's totally
segregating
how
our viewership.
I mean, it also gives me another week.
The Wednesdays can drink from the Wednesday fountain. The Sundays can drink from the Sunday fountain. I see how this goes.
Totally. But yeah, feel free to check out the Patreon, etc. Until next time, Avak, where can we see you? Who are you? What are you doing, etc.?
You can find me on youtube.com/Avac, on twitch.tv/Avac, and of course on, at Avac_ on Twitter. Pardon me. Currently, I am playing Stardew Valley. I am playing RimWorld Alpha 16. I am playing a little bit of Civilization 6 as well. I'm going to be starting up a new First Taste miniseries this week, and I am streaming quasi-regularly. There's no real rhyme or reason to when I stream. I just stream, every few days at whatever time I feel like streaming. At the moment, I am streaming a lot of Kingdoms of Amalur, and I will be doing that straight after the after show here. So hopefully some of you will be able to join me there.
Okay, there you go. Check it out. Bentham.
You can find me on YouTube at Mangleport Gaming, where I play lots of Factorio stuff of various kinds, usually involving trains and building stupidly large factories. Well, no, building them over a large area more, like building a railway around a giant inland sea and stuff like that, and doing weird things with that. And I also play Astroneer and Rodina at the moment. Astroneer is that thing where you mine lots of stuff on planets and fly between planets and then start making infinite money or whatever because you have that stupid thing that can just fly up and down and give you things.
Yeah.
Just send up hydrazine and get stuff. I don't do that, it's boring. And
No,
Rodina, where
it's
there's this really cool story thing going on that you totally don't expect because it's a game about flying around a solar system. And then you spend all your time reading awesome stuff about how you're there and what the hell's going on outside the solar system and cool lore stuff like that. But anyway, what is happening over on Shen's things?
Well, hi, I'm Shen. You can find me at youtube.com/Shenru2 and twitch.tv/Shenru, where I'm streaming 8 days a week, 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, except on Roll4It days, where we take a short stream for that. We're just finished up XCOM 2, Iron Man Legendary, and this is the very first time I've actually seen the ending for XCOM 2 because it crashed, but I was able to load the save, and then it didn't crash the second time. I'm like, yes, I got to see the ending. Got to see the credits roll. I'm like, woo.
I like the ending of XCOM 2.
Oh yeah, it was fantastic.
Terror from the Deep next time.
That's what it looks like. It looks like they're going to redo Terror from the Deep. That's actually pretty fantastic. I hope they go that direction. So since that's done, we're putting up a lot of stuff on YouTube from RimWorld Alpha 16. That is an absolutely fantastic game. If you haven't seen RimWorld yet, do it. It's amazing. And we've actually tickled a little bit of EU4 again. I'm not sure if I'm going to continue that though. I don't know. We'll see. What about Mr. Splat?
I'm up on youtube.com/SplatterCatGaming. I also started streaming full-time again. Pretty much, I'm putting in like 3 hours a day at this point, trying to get back to where I was back before I had to quit for a medical issue. Twitch TV/SplatterCatGaming. And so on Twitch right now, we're finishing off Resident Evil 7. Next stream, we should be able to lock that one down, and then I'll probably be moving to For Honor for a little while. Or possibly something more sandboxy. I don't know. We'll see what happens there on YouTube. I've got, not a whole lot going on right now. I got Subsistence. I've got Long Dark, which I really, really like. We'll have Conan starting up tomorrow. And then from there, I should have Deluvion starting up pretty soon, too. So there's a number of cool options.
How can a franchise get away with having, like, the 7th rendition? Why do you need a Resident Evil 7?
I mean, it hasn't been about zombies in like 20 years, so I feel like they should probably just like rename it and reboot it. Like there hasn't been a zombie in like 5 games. It's just like, all right, cool.
It's just evil that's resident.
It's evil with residency. It polished off that green card and got real citizenship.
Oh wow.
Quickly steer away from the politics now. We're in dangerous waters.
I was so close.
So for myself, you can catch me at twitch.tv/Entralissium, where I stream Saturdays alone, doing lots of surprise streams of Mass Effect at the moment because I'm trying to get ready for Andromeda. You can also catch me at youtube.com/Entralissium, where most of my stuff goes. There's a lot of long war being done at the moment. I've recorded quite a lot in preparation because I don't want to be too spoiled about how the changes go. And let's just say it gets interesting. Long war is fun. But yeah.
Rocketeers.
Fun?
Rocketeers.
Enemy Rocketeers?
Uh-huh.
I haven't let them have a go yet, and I do not want to. I am so scared of them. No.
It looks like you've got every reason to be afraid of them based on Shen's reaction.
Have you done an Advent base assault yet?
No.
So yeah, I also have Hearts of Iron and RimWorld and occasional other stuff, including the Mass Effect streams going on there. So you can check that out. As for Roll4It, you can go check out our Twitter. You can also go check out our subreddit. I'm very interested to see the debates after this on the subreddit, so feel free to pop over there and have a little bit of discussion. If someone posts like a episode spoiler discussion thing where you can feel free to discuss the episode and how it's going to play out next time, just make sure you put spoilers or whatever on the title so people are aware of that. But it's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out next week. Feel free to check the Patreon, like I said. Check out all the things. And we will catch you back at the same time. Be aware that we also have a Wednesday show, which starts an hour later. That'll be 1 p.m. PST, in addition to 9 p.m. GMT. We are going to be doing D&D there. It's going to be...
Did we decide?
We never decided that. Can we decide this really now? Like, are people okay to shift it to Friday?
I'm ready.
Yep. I'm cool
Same
with
time?
Friday. Like this week? I thought we were going to move it back by a couple hours. I could start it like...
We should wait until we've announced it on a Wednesday show. All the Wednesday people will be like, what's going on? Where's the show gone?
Okay, so look out, D&D people. We may be shifting the Wednesday show after this Wednesday show. We'll announce it this Wednesday show, and of course it'll be on Twitter. But we're thinking of shifting it to Friday because we know that a lot more people can make Fridays than can make Wednesdays. And currently it kind of sits an awkward moment where I know a lot of people want to see it, and we're getting great stuff on like YouTube and stuff for it. We're getting good comments and views, but a lot of people just can't make the show, which is really unfortunate because it's great to have it live, and it's really fun to see people actually react to it live and get the whole sort of thing. Splat?
Yeah, Wednesday, we're going to let you into like our YouTube Twitch world here for a second. Let you know about some things that you don't know about. Wednesdays are like
Don't do it. Don't do it. The
holes.
guild will find you.
Yeah, I'm giving it away right now. They're going to stick me in the back in the middle of the night while I'm walking home in a
They're
cloak.
gonna skin you. They're going to wear your skin as a hat.
PewDiePie sends his regards. But Wednesdays...
accent, though.
Wednesdays are like a black hole for digital media. In general, you don't want to do anything important on a Wednesday, and we didn't play it right. And we're thinking Fridays are going to be a better way to get the message of D&D out to the universe. So, anyways, we'll do Wednesday this week, and then we'll announce it there, and then we'll like do it next week or something.
Yeah, go check that out. In addition, by the way, we have a YouTube channel. We really don't publicize it enough. We have a YouTube channel. You can check out all the VODs over there. And you can watch them like anytime you want on YouTube, because YouTube is unfortunately a lot better than Twitch for VODs. It's easy to find them, it's easy to play them, it's much more reliable.
Man, he said that right on Twitch's territory too.
Sorry, Twitch, but
headline.
it's a better system.
We've got 20 seconds and we're gone.
Now the guild are going to go for EE as well. Two of our members gone. They're as good as dead.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow's headline: local YouTuber slips on knife 47 times in a row. There you go.
YouTuber found mysteriously dead in car with hose connecting to exhaust in his mouth. Why would he do that thing? Why? Why?
It's ruled a suicide. There are bullet wounds in his back. Okay.
Don't ask questions, or you'll be a suicide too.
Oh dear. Anyway, we've been Roll4It. Thank you
be.
very much for watching. I hope you'll enjoy next week when we do the finale of DH. I'm very interested to see how this is going to play out. It doesn't look good for Garrett at the moment with the Thunderhammer swinging towards his head, but he's got that dodge.
He did. Can I roll a backup character? Because Garrett's going to die in the first swing.
He's just going to let you play Khan, and then you can just focus on me the whole time. You're like, catch it! Caligo! That's already what I'm expecting in the comment. He's just going to rush me.
Caligo, you bastard. Get over here.
We'll catch you guys on Wednesday. Thank you very much. Roll safe.
Take care, folks.